starting vertical, starting horizontal. Maybe we're finishing horizontal if we're lucky. Do you like that one? Welcome in. Welcome in. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you for joining. Today is a cooking stream. We're doing a little bit of a trip prep wrap up. We did a full trip prep yesterday, and today we're doing some beet cookies. I'm developing a recipe for beet cookies just for my own amusement and because I want to, and it's also fun. And we're also doing a little bit of dinner. So I have the beets in the oven. I have some trip prep stuff that we're going to do while the beets cook. And then once we get that out, we'll puree them and we'll get moving on the cookies. And then I'm going to make a little bit of dinner. Hopefully, maybe we'll see. Dinner is just going to be like grilled cheese and tomato soup. I already made the tomato soup and the grilled cheese. I'm going to keep it as easy as possible today. So that's what we're doing. If you're new, welcome in. My name's Lou. I'm a recipe developer. I am a recipe tester. I'm a home cook. I'm a parent. My pronouns are he, they, and I'm happy to have you joining us. If you're live, please enjoy chatting. If you're on YouTube, you have to subscribe for 5 minutes in order to be in chat. I would love it if you would like and subscribe as well. Our stream is all about cooking and conversations. If you're watching on the horizontal stream, you'll see the Twitch chat over here, down below, somewhere over here. We are doing mostly vegetable forward family meals and recipe development on the stream, but we also do trip prep. We do baking. We do meal prep. We make some snacks every once in a while. We definitely make a good amount of cookies. And every once in a while, I get out in the world to do an IRL stream, either in Philadelphia, where I live, or somewhere else. Often they're food adjacent, but not necessarily. Our community is pretty enthusiastic about cooking in the culinary world. We're very kind, generally speaking, kind to each other, also kind of weird individually and collectively. We love a good innuendo, which we've had quite a lot of today. And follows are silent. If you're watching on YouTube, please like and subscribe as we get into it, and I'm happy to have you here. If, as I mentioned, you hear me responding to things and you don't see them in the chat on Twitch or the replay, sorry, on YouTube, or the chat replay, I am responding to primarily chat on Twitch, which again shows up down here on the video. If you're watching on the horizontal video, you're like, hey, how come your arm is cut off? Because it's on the vertical video. So come on over. Come on over to the vertical side. Okay, but I do have some scrolling up to do to say hi to some folks that we were that hopped in while I was doing my spiel. While so yes, bad, yes, Grace, yeah, sorry, that was a vertical is fun too. Yeah, that was a that was a little bit of an innuendo / technical joke. We kind of wove those two together. For those of you who know, vertical and horizontal is available. Anyway, don't you think my is the possessive part? Red says yes. I mean, it is. It is. Partner, I think my implies the relationship. Partner provides the agency aspect of it in my head. Because it would be, because I could also say a partner or the partner that I live with. But that I feel like also diminishes the role. So trying to walk the middle ground. But I got you. And I appreciate the question. Oh my God. Or Beets and aphrodisiac, Grace says. Anything is if you try hard enough. Oh my God. Splits, welcome in. Hello. I think I said I saw you in chat earlier, but I didn't say hi to you. Not out of malice, because I just it was like gone. The YouTube werewolves, the like and subscribe. Oh my God, Red. Thank you. Moms, enjoy the cleanup. I appreciate you sending friends through. I'm non-binary, and Red asked what I wanted to be called, and I chose wife and mom because those are the things that I connect with. Right, and I think that anything where you feel validated is fine. I think when people choose to call you something else and refuse to use your preferred terminology, whatever it is, that's the harm. That is the harmful part. Okay, we have some other small things to do today while we're waiting. This is sort of the trip prep slash kitchen projects aspect of the stream. So the beets have been in the oven for 27 minutes. They're going to stay in the oven for another... sorry, they've been in the oven for 33 minutes. They're just going to stay in there. I'm going to wash my hands, and then we're going to cut up a couple things. I'm going to do a little packaging of some things. We have some oatmeal and pancake mix to contend with. I'm going to take a look through my camping culinary like chuck boxes. I don't know if that's a term that people use anymore. Maybe I'm dating myself. But dating yourself is also fun. You should do that on occasion. Just go out, get some dinner on your own, you know? But that's not the dating myself I was talking about. I was talking about using old terminology. What are beets? Beets are are beets called something else elsewhere? What am I doing? I'm cutting up a melon. I was like, why am I going in here? Right, because I'm looking for a place to put the melon once I've cut it up. That's what I'm doing. Are beets called something else? Like, I know, like, eggplant is called aubergines, right? That's a thing. They're red root vegetables, similar looking to turnips, except they're bright red. One second, I'll show you. I put them in the oven already, so I can't show you the ones that are in the oven, but I can show you these. They also make music. Hi-oh! That is true. Beetroot, Persephone says. Yes, beetroot is a good a good alternate name. These are kind of what they look like. It's funny because this doesn't really show red beets. So the ones I'm using today look like that, the red ones. Purple taproot. Interesting. I've never heard that, Persephone, but I am also not... I've only ever heard them called beets. I know that when I was a child, beets were a big no thank you. I did not want them. I never really experienced beets in a form that was like fresh and interesting. I always experienced beets in a form that was like from a can or pickled. We put them in a salad. Yeah, you roast them and put them in a salad. Today, I am roasting them, but putting them in a cookie. Kind of the same. A cookie is basically a salad. It's not. That wasn't even a funny joke, and it didn't make any sense, and I'm sorry. But I did say it out loud. Nine says I like pickled beets too. I do now. I didn't when I was a child. I didn't have any sort of... I didn't like beets and I didn't like asparagus when I was a kid. Fries are handheld salads. Tomato and potato. This is true. This is true. That brings forth the age-old debate of whether or not ketchup is a smoothie. I don't think so. I think that's inaccurate. But I've heard that argument made before on the internet by trolls. This is a type of melon, and I forget what type of melon it is because I bought it at Reading Terminal. It looked good. It said that it was firm and very sweet. And Calvin, my son, likes melons, and so I got it. It wasn't ripe until today. I don't think it was ripe. It didn't feel or smell ripe. But again, this is the first time having this. It looks very much like a cantaloupe. Tatsu, hello. Welcome in. How did the beet cookies go? The beet cookies have not gone yet. We're roasting the beets currently. So the beet cookies are still to come. We are doing a couple other things right now while I'm waiting for the beets to roast. Yeah, Persephone says, my main fear of new ingredients is cooking it wrong and being put off by it again. Yeah, or being put off trying it again. That's super. That's a valid thing to think of. I have a story about that relates to artichokes, if you'd like to hear it. Cantaloupe. It was next to the cantaloupe, but it was something else. It had some other specific name. It does very much look like cantaloupe, and so I'm not sure. I think it's probably like a variety, some type of like cantaloupe variety. We have an Obi. A cat. A cat has arrived. Hi, bud. Oh, I've perceived him. He's gone again. Okay. He didn't want to be perceived. Obi, babe. Hello. Command Obi in chat. O-B-I-E. He was here for the briefest of moments. He very rarely makes an appearance on stream. This is the rare cat. Do cats like melon? I don't know. He might. Maybe give him some melon and see what happens. Probably has diarrhea all over the house. That's probably what would happen, honestly. Or a Chantal. Yeah, I don't know. It has skin that it looks like a cantaloupe and it's textured like a cantaloupe. So this is the skin. It's got these lines on it though. Like this is it. It's dripping, so I'm gonna hold it over the cutting board. It's got sort of these stripes on it, and then the inside is very cantaloupe. Monique, a golden kiss melon. That could be it. Could be. Usually I take a picture if I'm buying a new piece of produce, especially at Reading Terminal. Iovine Brothers always has signs that like describe everything, and almost always I take a picture. But yesterday I was doing a big, kind of a larger shop, and I just saw the melon and grabbed it and moved along, and then that was that. Golden kiss. There was some. And if you Google like types of melons, there's hundreds of varieties. It's like you know, I wouldn't know that if it was the exact one. The worst thing is I wouldn't know it if you said what it was. If it was correct, I wouldn't know it because I don't think I even looked at the sign. Ace. Accurate. Looks too dark and the lines are too dark for a cantaloupe. It does. It's like, I feel like it's some sort of variety of cantaloupe. Like, or it's some, the lines are very dark. The inside feels a little bit darker, but maybe it's just ripened a bit. I don't know. Persephone says, I'm not a fan of mushrooms, but I found mushroom powder is tolerable. The mushrooms to try. Enoki mushrooms. Okay. No clue how to cook them. Um, yeah, Obi's here. He's hanging around. Gwen has entered the room, and now Obi's like happy and back on the counter. Enoki mushrooms. Usually you roast. I mean, I feel like those are sort of like quick roasted or even broiled. It's good with those. I don't use those too often. I like the enokis when they're a little bit crispy, as opposed to like very soft. Maybe a snap melon. You know, you know what I could do? Hold on. I have the receipt from there, and they ring the produce in, specifically, like they ring it in. It's not just like random. They ring it in by name. Let me see if it's on the receipt. Probably on here somewhere. Deli. One of these is from one of these. Oh, here we go. Okay. Onions, potatoes, carrots. It just says cantaloupe, large. So they rang it in as a cantaloupe. The mystery continues. A Tuscan style cantaloupe. That might be it. Persephone, good luck on your enoki journey. I think for me, that specific type of mushroom, some of them need to be crispy. If they're soft, it just is they're like stringy, but there's like, if you get them in a good place, like you roast them and then boil them a little bit, not boil, broil, broil, then they get like the crispy edges around them. I personally like that. Lion's mane mushrooms, Tatsu says. Yes. Lion's mane are the ones that you can basically turn into like a crab cake texture, which is pretty fascinating. I've made crab cake, like faux crab cake out of them before. And texture is there. Flavor, not quite. I did cut up the melon, even though I knew it had a name. Oh, actually, I didn't know its name. It made it very impersonal. Okay. Excuse me. Beets have been in the oven for 40 minutes. We're gonna let those cook for an hour. So we got 20 more minutes to go. I need to get a pen. So roasting the beets, cutting the melon. Other things that I want to do today are packing the stuff in the freezer. So I have these things that I cooked yesterday on stream. I want to pack those up. And then we have a couple more prep things we can do. Yeah, a couple more prep things to do during the waiting period. But let's package this stuff from the freezer, because this is all going camping. So this is like prepared food from yesterday. We had our little taquito situations that are like frozen solid now, as well as the banana muffins. So before those unfreeze, I'm going to put these in little parchment/foil packages, so that they can be cooked. I'm going to cook them. I'm going to put them in packages of 2, because I think 2 is like a serving. And I know when I make them, if I said yesterday, I think Calvin might only eat 1 of those. But if I make 2 packets of 2, I know I can eat 3 of them, so I'm not worried about it. I'm going to put them in some parchment and then in foil so that they can just go into the coals or on top of the grill grate, either way, and they'll cook up right in here. So the next time I open these packets will be after they have been cooked. Ace says cats are the best. They are pretty great. We had about 4 seconds of an Obi on stream, and now he's happily sitting in the box across the room. So he's not sitting on the counter here, but he's close. He's nearby, which he likes being. Avo, people do vegan pulled pork. Yeah, the pulled pork is like lion's mane, or what's the other thing that gets used? Jackfruit, right? I feel like jackfruit is the other thing that is super popular with the like let's make it fake meat scenario. Frying them for chicken patties. Okay, I'm into that idea. Angry Rook, welcome in. Happy Thursday. All right, so kind of keeping these tight together. There we go. All right, frozen packets of 2. And that's a single breakfast serving. Pretty cool. I'm hoping these work out. I'm not like let me rephrase that. I'm hoping that the method that I'm going to use for reheating them works. I know that they're going to be pretty good, and also I'm looking kind of with an eye toward the next camping trip that we're going on after this one, which is going to be with a bunch of Calvin's friends, and that one I usually do a bunch of prep for as well, and this seems like a very easy breakfast to prep ahead of time that I can make different versions of for different like specific kids' tastes. Like there's some kids that come on the trip that don't eat pork, right? So I would make some with turkey bacon instead. Or actually probably make them all with turkey bacon if I'm thinking about it. But like if there were egg allergies or something like that, you could make them without, a couple of them without eggs. I don't know all the specifics, but I do ask before we go on the trip if I'm cooking things. If I'm cooking things, I ask for allergy information, Tatsu, this trip is just Calvin and I. So this one is a spring break, just out in the woods, just he and I situation. The next one that we do is going to be, how many kids did we invite? How many families did I invite? I think the next trip, I reserved 5 campsites, and you can fit up to 5 people per campsite. I think the next trip has 18 people invited, which is objectively a lot. But it'll be, I like those trips because they're like just big batch cooking scenarios. This time is just he and I. So we're going away for more days than usual. So I am I think I'm making more meals than I usually make on these trip prep streams. Usually we're away for like a weekend or 3 days, but this time we'll be out for 4 nights. Yeah, 4 nights. So quite a bit of time. All right, the muffins I'm just putting in a bag because these aren't really, like, these I'm going to want to grab sort of randomly. Let's see if this bag is still sealed. Kind of. Okay. So we have frozen for this trip. Okay, this is for dinner tonight. I hope this is tomato soup. I'm pretty sure this is tomato soup. I don't actually know, but if this isn't tomato soup, I don't know what other soup I made recently that would look like that. So we're making an educated guess here. I'm gonna put the muffins. These go in the right back in the freezer next to the sloppy joe. I'm gonna put the muffins in here as well. So those are ready to go. I've got everything else, not everything, but most of the rest of the things are packed. Maybe I'll just put this in a pot right now because I got it out of the freezer, but I don't want to. It's not going to thaw in the fridge. I might as well just put this in a pot and let it just thaw on its own. There's no harm in doing that, I don't think. But this is going to be for dinner tonight, which will be after karate. So my goal is to have dinner ready, meaning have the soup just like ready to be heated up on the stove, and then have the sandwiches made so that I can just put the oven on a timer, and then like 10 minutes before karate ends, the oven comes back on. And by the time we arrive back at home, the oven is on and the things are heated and and everything's ready. Everything's ready. Are these gonna? Let's just let that thaw for a few minutes. Okay, I'm gonna let that thaw. I'm gonna let that thaw on the stove just like that. Let me wash my hands because now they have tomato soup and I don't know, freezer stuff all over them. Is that a technical term? I'm not even sure. Okay, oven is at 400. Time check is 13:44. We have to be finished stream today by 17:30. So a little under 4 hours left of time, which is great. That's good. We have a good. We're doing well with time. Okay, so we packaged the muffins. We packaged the rolls. I wrote rolls down. They're not really rolls. They are sort of between taquitos and burritos. They're not as thin as I thought they were going to be, and they're certainly not burrito sized. So let's do the oatmeal portioning and pancake mix portioning. So this is straightforward. We're doing one breakfast is going to be oatmeal, another is pancakes. So let's start with the oatmeal. Assuming I have oatmeal in here, that is an assumption I made that actually could be inaccurate. And if that's inaccurate, that's also okay, because that's the type of thing that doesn't. I could quite literally just go get. I could get oatmeal on the way, and it wouldn't be an issue. Oh no, I do have oatmeal. Okay, cool. Here it is, all the way in the back. Yay! Oh, they're quick cooking too. Hell yeah, that's fantastic. Oh, and I have raisins up here. Great. No, you know what? We're not going to do raisins. Calvin hates raisins. We're going to do blueberries. He doesn't hate raisins, but like when I put raisins in things, it's like, oh, why did you put raisins in that? Okay. So what I'm considering is I just want to portion this out for like a 2-person portion. We'll put it in a little package, and that'll be it. Bring water and salt to a boil. Add oats. Reduce heat to medium. Cook for 3 minutes. Remove from heat and let stand for 2 minutes. Okay, so these are like legit quick cooking oats. Thing number one. Before I do this, let me check my camping box here, because I may already have oatmeal portioned out in here, which I didn't check. I do. Okay. So the oatmeal is already portioned. Here it is. This is 2 servings worth of oatmeal. I have a little label on it. It says 2C water. So this just needs 2 cups of water, and we're good. I don't need this at all. That's perfect. Which is good because it's unopened. So I can just legit just put this back in the cabinet and pretend like I had that there and ready all along. Okay. Let's look for pancake mix too, because there might be pancake mix in here as well. I have graham crackers. I have all sorts of stuff for s'mores. Okay, I do not see pancake mix in here. So let's do some let me look. We're gonna look. I have 2 boxes. So one of the things on the agenda today is to go through these boxes, but I don't want to do that in this immediate moment. I want to finish the sort of thought train that I'm chewing along on right now, because otherwise we derail really easily. Okay, let's see. This, if any box has it, it would be in this box. I don't think it is. It would be right on top because it's a dry mix. And no. Okay, there is not pancake mix. I do need to get some pancake mix together, which is great. No. All right, I'm gonna leave those right there. We have regular, just like pancake stuff. I don't like make my own mix. It's just like a crusty or Bisquick or whatever one, I forget it is, I happen to have. So we're gonna get that out of the cabinet in a second. Catastrophe, welcome in. Happy Friday, Junior. All right, so I have some blueberries here. This is the last of like a little bag of blueberries. I'm gonna add those into the oatmeal because I'll just dump that in with the thing and we'll cook them at the same time. And that wasn't quite enough blueberries. So we are going to add a couple loose raisins in here too, because I'm a monster and I can't be helped. And personally, I love raisins in my oatmeal. And I think it's fine when they cook in there. They sort of get a little rehydrated, which is also kind of nice. So let's just dump those in. Okay, that's ready to go. And I can put these other blueberries back in the cabinet. Because that package of blueberries that I just grabbed that I'm putting back in is not open yet. So if I don't have to open something, I don't love opening something just for the, like, a little teeny tiny thing. All right, let's get this pancake mix out and then figure out how to portion it. So up in this cabinet somewhere on top. Ooh, hold on. What do we got here? Oh, there's not enough in that box. That's just to like make 1 or 2 pancakes at home, or put it back in the cabinet and throw it out in the year. Who's to say, really? Yeah, Krusties, Buttermilk, light and fluffy. Not an ad, but we got the big bag. This one's from Costco. Really, your spice cabinet sounds like it's booming. all for free. Did you get like a rebate or something? Was this like a Penzies loyalty program situation? Sounds like a good meal, whatever it is. That's sounds like a curry, honestly. All right, I'm seeing if this is airtight. Airtight enough. Airtight enough. We're good. All right, so let's get our pancake mix family size. Got the family size mix. You know it's open when it starts popping out the top before you even go for it. I'm gonna make 12 to 14 4-inch pancakes, which is 2 cups of mix. So 1 1/3 cup of cold water, it says. Okay. Which is like perfect for this little bottle. This is my pancake bottle. I had to get a new one because my old one at one point Gwen was like, "Do you have one of those like protein shaker bottles?" And I was like, "Sure." And I like gave her the pancake bottle out of my camping kit, and then she used it for kitten food or for like kitten formula, like bottle feeding kitten formula. And I was like, "You can keep that one. I'll just get a new one. We're good. Thank you, though." And I was like, I don't really want that one back. Just, you know, being honest here. Okay, so let's do a half, or no, what did this say? 2 cups, 2 cups of mix. 1.5 cup here. Pandora, which of those haven't you used, though? I feel like dried chamomile flour is certainly unique. I am positive I've never used that. I haven't used a lot of whole spices in general, though. I'd like to. Once my when I start needing to replace spices in the cabinet, when I'm out of things, I will probably start buying more whole spice scenarios because I have the spice grinder now. Let's do, yeah, 2 cups plus 1 1/3 cup. That's plenty. That's plenty in pancake mix. Okay. I'm about to go overboard, but I don't want to make too many more than I actually need. I don't mind making a few extras because pancakes the type of thing that like you just wrap it up and put it in the cooler, and then you know, you can kind of it makes an okay snack later on. You can grab it and sort of just like, you know, it's like a tortilla almost. It's just sort of an afterthought, just something to nibble on as like an afterthought snack. Whereas having like 15 extra pancakes means I should package them and bring them home. But let's label this. I know what this is, but I need to label this with how much liquid goes into here. Oh, shoot. I wanted to add additional buttermilk to this. That's what I wanted to do. Because these pancakes are never satisfyingly buttermilky enough. That's an odd turn of phrase. But we're gonna go with it. I can put this back. 1 1/3 cups of water. Yes. Okay. Now, do I have buttermilk powder back here? I do. Is the buttermilk powder still good? December 2027. It is. Is it actually still good? As in, is it powdery? Sort of. Sort of. Here's what we're going to do with this. Because I'm baking today, and because I'm going to use this anyway, we're going to take a couple scoops of this buttermilk powder and put it into this, not a couple scoops, take some of these lumps out of here. I'm going to put it into my my sifter. I'm just going to get rid of some of these lumps because it's caked, but it's so good. So. This is not working. Well, it's not. There we go. It's kind of. I need to like. It's all caked up. Aha! Hold on. We got it. This is like a mortar and pestle situation. Except the mortar is a screen. There we go. All right. Well, perfect. That worked out about as good as I'd hoped. And I got rid of some of the caked up lumps in there. Perfect. And now this definitely smells like buttermilk. So hopefully things are good. Because this is buttermilk, I now need to refrigerate this. Right? I think so. You have to refrigerate buttermilk. I'm pretty sure you have to once it's been opened. Refrigerate. Yeah, it says it real big on the label. Great. Okay, so we'll put this in the refrigerator now. I don't think I've ever actually done that when I've made a little like bag of pancake mix like this, but it smells like buttermilk. This time it actually has like a distinct odor to it because I was mixing it a bunch. Plus 1 1/3 cup water. Okay. Buttermilk is back in the fridge. See you again next time. This goes in the fridge along with the rest of my food for the trip pile. And now let's see what else we have. Okay, we did the pancake mix. We did the oatmeal. I need to cut some rolls and then we'll take a peek at the beets in the oven. We're not going to take a peek at them literally. I'm going to give them the packages a poke and see if they are soft yet. And if they are, great. And if not, that's fine too. We got a little bit more to do. But let's do the rolls. Because that's easy. And that is also something that has to get done. The other two things, evaluating what's in the camp boxes. I just like to do that regularly. I don't always do that beforehand. Grace, it's either water or rinse. It's one of those two. It's both, but it's one of those two is the one that you're thinking of. Most likely. Speaking of, let me wash my hands with some water. We're gonna rinse them, not just wash them. We're gonna wash them, not just rinse them in the water at the sink, and then we're gonna dry them out. And then I will deal with these rolls. So these rolls are going to be for the sausage and peppers. So I want to slice them sandwich style. There it is. There it is. There's also commands for all of those. That is correct and shameful. I'm going to cut all these because there's only 6 of them. Let we're only going to give like a little half cut here. Some of these I want to use not as sandwich rolls, but they're going to just be rolls for like dinner, like basically to go along with the chicken. So if they're sliced, it's fine. I don't really care. So this is these three things, the pancake mix, the rolls, and the oatmeal, were on my list for yesterday, but I just didn't get to them because time happened. And I got finished cooking, and these aren't cooking tasks. These are sort of just secondary tasks. So we did all the cooking yesterday, and today is the like wrapping up the rest of the little things. Okay, perfect. Let's put these back. I have a bag of dry stuff that's just sitting on the counter. All right. So we did the rest of the rolls. Okay. It's been an hour and 7 minutes that those beets have been in the oven at 400 degrees. They may well be finished at this point. They may not be. So let's check those. Check those now. Thing number one, do I hear any sounds? I do not. Thing number two, are they soft? Not to my liking yet. Okay, so not quite. I'm gonna bump the temp in the oven. We're gonna give those another 15 minutes probably. So a timer plus 15, 18. When my clock hits a minute or 1 hour and 25 minutes, I will check those again. They're starting to get there. I feel like they're a little bit soft, but they're not soft to the point where they're like all the way through yet. So gonna give them a little more time, which is fine. We have some more things to do before then. So we're gonna do chicken quarters for one of the meals. I'm going to throw a marinade on these. It's not a formal specific type of marinade. I'm just gonna like, I don't know. I'm just gonna figure it out and see how it goes. Well, Anisma, welcome in. Pretty bouquet, thank you. Yeah, this was a good one. I got this at Reading Terminal yesterday, and it's nice to have flowers in the house. It always is. Can I clone beet cookies where nobody could tell the difference? I mean, you could. I don't have a recipe for them yet. I'm trying to make the recipe. So cloning the ones that I made last time, your mileage may vary as to whether or not they're any good. Hopefully these turn out a little better. I'm taking a different approach this time. So we're gonna marinate these. What I'm gonna do is put these in. I'm gonna put these in a vacuum. Oop, my finger. A vacuum bag to seal them up. But let's make the marinade first. I was pronouncing it differently in my head. It's Reading. I mean, it looks like reading. Obviously, it's spelled the same. English is fun, right? But it is for the Reading. The Reading terminal was one of the main stops on a railroad line, and it is it's a giant market now, and it's been a giant market for a long time. But I do a lot of shopping there, like Monopoly. exactly like Monopoly. It is in fact the same railroad. It was their junction in the city of Philadelphia. Cookman, this is great taste. Hey, listen, I shop there regularly, so why not wear the merch, right? I have a Reading Terminal hat too. It has the same logo on it. It's the same color. It's actually not the same color. It's a lot more faded because it's like 15 years old at this point. All right, how big do I need this bag to be? Probably like that. It seems about right. It is a nice color combo. I love the gold, green and gold. It's very what's the? It's very pleasing. I was gonna say cool. Like it's a. I find it to be a temperature-wise like a cooler color. Megan, nice to see you. Welcome in. Happy Thursday. Or Friday, Junior. We're still getting ready to go camping, and I'm waiting for some beets to roast so I can make cookies out of them. I should have texted you for cookie advice this time around because the advice you gave me for the flax bars was very, very good. And being a baker is obviously, well, maybe not obviously, but it's not my strength. But we're trying something different today. I'm trying something different with these. The first time around, they were too cakey. It's like too soft and squishy. They never really solidified. So I'm like, I'm trying a little bit more sugar and less baking powder today. What changes did I make? Slightly more sugar, less flour, less baking powder. We should catch up soon. I'm gonna be camping the next couple. I'm gonna be camping to start next week, and if I have cell phone reception sometime during the day, a day or an evening might be nice because I actually am like gonna be sitting around, camping, like literally. Okay, so we have a little bit of harissa. A little bit of harissa and a little chipotle. I think we'll just combine those with some olive oil and make something a little spicy. Please report back. I probably will. I mean, I hopefully will. I mean, I will. I will try. Yeah, I'm trying to make these with beet puree, so it's like there's like a liquid imbalance that's happening. I don't know. I can't. We're figuring it out. Cookman, the Sims game. Sounds like you're having fun. Let's cut up some chipotle pepper and toss that in here. But Megan, I will text you. I was meaning to the other day, and then as it happens, I didn't. Obviously. But I would like to. I had it in my head the other day. Where's this knife? There we go. Daisy's back. She's here to make noise and cause mischief. Okay. So we're going to remember to take the seeds out of these this time, which I didn't last time, and I wasted some of them. But this is, it's going to marinate this and then vacuum seal it. Again, I'm not really putting any sort of specific marinade in here. This isn't a recipe. This is just like, let me pull some stuff out of the fridge that's needs to get used and use it type of marinade. So we're going to take these peppers. And again, I just want to get that one's solid. The whole thing is solid. That was weird. It's going to take the seeds out of these. We'll keep the pepper. And then I'm just going to give these like a rough chop. I wonder if I should put these in a blender. No, I don't think I need to do that. I don't think that's necessary here. I think these, I don't actually know when I'm going to cook these, so I'm not really a barbecue type person with marinades, and I know there's a way, or like a timing where if you have marinade, you're not supposed to put it on before a certain time. But I'm pretty sure that has to do with citrus, which I'm not going to put in this marinade, so I'm not as concerned about it. Okay, so let's just give these peppers a rough chop. So this chicken is going to be for two things. One, we're just going to eat the chicken quarters like on the grill for dinner one night. But then another usage of them is after I'm going to cook all of them. This is 4 chicken quarters on here, 4 legs, 4 legs, 4 thighs. They're all connected, so chicken quarters. The other usage of these is going to be for our quesadillas for lunch one day. So one time just eating them directly, and then another time for our for lunch. Miami on YouTube. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what you're referring to here. I was talking about the aprons earlier, though. I was talking about the aprons, but I'm not sure what the first part of your line of thinking is hinting at. I now have concerns. Okay, we're also going to add harissa to this, so that it's going to be a little spicy, but this harissa is not terribly spicy. This is more flavorful. I'm just trying to clean out some stuff in the refrigerator. That's sort of the goal with this marinade specifically. So let's see, what else could we toss in here? We have miso. We have gochujang. Maybe I'll put a little bit of miso in here. This is red miso. I should have mixed this all up in a bowl before I just started slobbing it into the bag, but I think it'll be fine. We're gonna mix it. I'm wired, am I? I don't feel wired. Goodbye. Odd line of conversation. Okay. Remove from the broadcast. You know, I was trying to find someone. There's a streamer who says that, and I was trying to find a recording of them saying that the other day, and I couldn't. It's like not possible, and I'm shocked that I couldn't find it. He used to say it all the time. Anyway, someone was chatting on YouTube and being odd. Being confusing. I don't like being confused. We have salt, we have pepper, we have olive oil. I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna maybe I should have just dumped this out and put it in a bowl so I can mix it all around, and then I'll just put it back in the bag. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Because I want to be able to like get this marinade in under the skin and sort of get it all slurried around in there. And before I start that, let's just do that in a bowl. Yeah, so Fluff, I was very kind of like, all right, I'm not even sure what's going on here. Like, you're trying to troll me, but you're not doing a good job because you're not making any sense. So I was just kind of like, what are we doing? What is happening? Oh well. Oh well. If they really want to, they'll try again. I didn't see who. I couldn't see. All I saw is that they were banned. And I think that it tells me my immediate reaction to seeing that they were banned kind of tells me what I need to know. Because my immediate reaction was, oh, good. I don't need to deal with this anymore. So, thank you. If anybody is curious what I'm talking about, and you're watching on Twitch, you can scrub back in the Twitch stream now and see down here what nonsensical things were being shared. Okay, but let's put a little more oil in here. And a little bit more salt. And I'm going to use my gloves and get this in and under all of the skin. And then I need to get a new bag because the one that I was just using, I just threw out. But also I would need a new bag kind of anyway, because that one had oil and grease sort of all around the opening where I need to seal it, and whatever happens, it wouldn't have sealed correctly. So I'm going to keep the spatula around though, because I'll use that to scrape the rest of the marinade out of this bowl. But this is what we want to do here. I'm just kind of getting all of the all this stuff mixed in and kind of get it under the skin here. Get each of these pieces fully and completely covered. And then we will pop this in a vacuum sealed bag again. We're moving forward here. I'm at minute one. I keep saying I said a minute earlier. I'm at an hour and 23 minutes for the beets. So once the chicken is in, we'll check those beets again, because that's when I said I wanted to check them. It was after an hour and 25 minutes. So these are looking pretty good. We'll scrape all this marinade out of the bowl and into my bag. And off of my hands too, because all of this is good. I want to keep this. I don't want to lose all this stuff that's on my fingers here. There we go. All right. Beautiful. Now, take these gloves off. Toss those. I need to create a new vacuum seal bag because that other one is not good anymore. And then we'll seal these up. And I'm not going to freeze these. I was considering whether or not I should freeze these, but I decided to marinate them instead. And because I'm putting putting seasoning and marinade on them, I want them to not, I don't want them to be frozen, because I want them to have the time to sort of absorb all of that before we cook them. So this is the last thing we're going to do here before, hopefully, we'll see if those beets are finished. If the beets are finished, they're still going to take a little bit of time to cool off. And so we'll open them, cool them. The thing with the cookie dough is I want to rest this dough for a little bit of time. I usually don't love resting dough. But I think I'm going to try to rest this for maybe an hour or so. I think that's about the length of time that I want to do with this one. And then we'll cook. So hopefully the next step here is to get that dough together. I think what I'm going to start doing is when the beets are ready from the oven, we're going to open those up and cool them, open them and let them cool for a little bit before I attempt to peel them. And then while that's happening, I'll get the dry ingredients together. Okay. So this is good. We're good to go on this. Let's clean. I got a little bit of seasoning on the edge here. I want this to seal up, so I'm gonna wipe this off. Just the area where it's gonna seal. And I'm gonna vacuum seal this. Now, this isn't like the cookies. I need to not seal it, or not suction it as much because it's got all this wet stuff in it. There's a setting on here that says dry or moist, but I'm going to try to use my judgment, which, you know, may or may not be the best here, as to when to stop this. But I'm going to kind of flatten out the chicken in here. I still have a little bit of marinade underneath where it's going to seal. I don't want that. The area where it's going to seal has to be dry. So I'm trying to get all this. There's like a little piece. There it goes. Okay. Yeah, so this one has a setting. I prefer the manual setting, but it has a setting where you can just, it says vacuum and seal. So it'll apparently do it on its own. But I've quite literally never used that setting. I believe that it will work, but I just sort of vacuum it until I see the liquid start creeping up. Yep, there it is, right to the seal. Okay, perfect. Like when I see it start to creep up in the top here, then I just hit seal. 9. I will check for you in just a moment. I want to say it's from the 90s. Or maybe the early 2000s. I don't know. I got it a decade ago at least. So, oh yeah. Okay. So that sealed, but it also got, I stopped it right in time because look at where that came up to. Right to the edge. But that's good. So this is now ready to go. And let me wipe off up here where it escaped containment. I said I wanted it to be dry where it seals, and then I proceeded to suction it to the point where it was into the seal. Great. Okay, perfect. Well, this looks good, and we have chicken ready to go. And it is marinating on its own. All right, let's check. Let me check the beets. We'll get those out. I'm gonna put the vacuum sealer back real quick, and then once that's done, we'll put the we'll check the how to cook everything book for the year, because it is. I don't know. It's not. I don't think it's the most recent version. Okay. This goes up here. All right, let me poke at these beets real quick. Oh yeah, now I can hear them. Okay, those are soft soft-ish. I don't know if they're soft enough. I don't think they're soft enough. Those are big beets. You know what I'll do? Let me take my thermometer and I'm just gonna poke through and all the way into one of these and just see how they were. I could have them, but they're already like, we're an hour and a half into roasting them. At this point, I'm just gonna let them keep going if they're as they are. But I'm 154 degrees in the center of that thing. So hot, but not completely all the way through. Now, the other piece of that is, I think I want these to be about 170 maybe. So let's give those, we'll give those another 15 minutes. And then, actually, no, I gave them 15 more minutes. I'm going to give them another 10. And then I'm going to pull them, like, no matter what. Because I don't need them to be completely roasted either. I feel like you could make this cookie. The roasting is just like a sweetener. It's not adding, it's not like mandatory, right? Like if I was putting them on a salad, I would probably want them to be like fully whatever, like all the way. But I'm putting them in a cookie, and so I need them to be like a little, I want them to be roasted, but I feel like an hour and 40 minutes is probably okay. And new cat pics. We love new cat pics. Let's see when this was published. This one is from 2008. So this is a 2008 recipe. If you need like a picture of this one, if you need a picture of a recipe from this one because it's been lost to time, let me know. I'll like take a picture and get it to you. This one's from 2008, and I probably got it around 2010. So B C A cur H O cur R curry cumin curry powder POR curry pork curry potatoes curry paste oh, this is curried. CURRYIED. Curry powder. Here we go. Fragrant and hot. 66 and 67. 66, 67. Fragrant curry powder. What question do you have about it? I'm happy to just post it in Discord if you'd like. Hold on. We have a cat picture. Oh my God. What is he eating, Twinderella? Is that a lollipop? Is that like a cat treat lollipop? Oh my God. That's kind of great. Kind of great. It's a catnip pop. That's cool. I kind of love that. I feel like a catnip pop is perfect. I want one. Let's see. I will post this to the recipes channel in Discord right now. Hold on. I can get both of these in one picture. There we go. Okay. 1, 2, done. Discord 2. Oh, don't post that in the streamer about Discord. We don't want that. They don't want. Maybe they do. I don't know, but that would be odd. They'd be like, "Why are you posting this here?" Okay. 1. Post to Discord recipes. Curry recipe from to cook everything. Send. All right. It is the recipes channel. I just posted it, so it should be there now. It's hot curry powder and fragrant curry powder. And you're welcome. Happy to. I like that book. I get upset when cookbooks change. When it's like, oh no, what happened? That's super cool, Twinderella. I'm fascinated. Okay, let's do one more camping prep thing. While I'm like the next 5 minutes. I just want to go through one of the boxes that I have and get settled on like what's actually in here. This is sort of the cooking. I have two. I have one with a bunch of like cooking utensils in it, and then this one's like cooking adjacent. So I just want to make sure what's in here is what I'm expecting to be in here. We have a big box of rubber gloves. Yes, because hand washing not always available at a campsite. Hand washing. We have a container. This has toothpicks in it. It has an extra knife, an extra Sharpie, 2 extra Sharpies, a lighter, and then some bug incense, bug repellent incense. Also a sponge for dishwashing. Dish soap, definitely want that. More incense, because you can never have too many nice smelling things. This is a package of extra quart, pint, and half pint containers. It feels like this hasn't been opened since the last trip, but I'm going to open it just to verify that I have the right number, that I have an equal number of containers and lids. So when we go camping, I love to have some like takeout containers available for leftovers, because I make, if I make like a big pot of stew, right? If it's just Calvin and I, he's not eating all of this, right? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 lids. 13 lids. And then how many do I have this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 containers. Perfect. Cookman, I'm not really entirely sure what you're chatting about, but I am aware now that you were just chatting over on YouTube, and I'm probably going to ban you on this channel if you keep it up. So maybe stop. This is my singular warning to please stop being odd in chat. Singular warning. Going once. Aw, Twinderella, you took my joy away. I was about to ban him. I was about to do it. I wanted to do it. I never get to do it. Wait, were they calling me a name? What name did they call me? I don't even know. I'm so dense I didn't even recognize they were calling me a name. Oh, they were calling me a hooer. Oh, that's very old. Where? Oh. I wanted to ban him. Now I'm sad. I'm just kidding. I'm not actually sad. I don't really care. I think more. Okay. When I say I wanted to ban him, what I really mean is now I can, and it's on my, and it's on my dashboard. I actually, because for like 3 years I couldn't. No, for like 3.5 years, I did not know how to ban somebody on live on the channel. I just haven't gotten to use it yet. What was that guy all about? I don't know, fellas. I don't know. Whatever. They got banned on YouTube. Now they're back here to say more nonsense, and I don't really care. It's just like what? Okay. Singular warning. One warning. Yes. The mosquitoes, Camille, do like to relax. The mosquito incense doesn't actually seem to work about anything. Oh, Grace, nice. I mean, not nice, not ideal, but like sounds like you've lucked into a quieter afternoon than you were hoping for. I don't understand why people just come in and like I don't like if you want to troll, there's like way better ways to do it. Like really, truly there are. Like I just think that people are not creative enough. Like you just need to be more creative. Like the art of trolling should be such that you chat normally for a little while and then you slowly rope the person in. And then once you're like, once you're cool, then you get to the trolling. Just coming out of the gate weird is weird. I don't know. Come find me here. Well, the weird thing is they were in this chat first. So Cookman was chatting here earlier, much earlier, and was like odd, but not so odd. Like, listen, y'all, it's the internet. Odd does not get you banned. Odd is expected. I'm just saying. Wait, no, we can't put the lid back on. I didn't check the other side. Olive oil, good. Let's see where my salt levels are at. I got salt, Aleppo pepper, za'atar, regular pepper, which is looking good. Plenty of regular salt. I got my blue tape, obviously, for labeling. Curry powder, garlic powder, red pepper, all looking at an appropriate level. I use them occasionally. It's nice to have. It's got like a little spice section down here. Syrup that's plenty of syrup for the usages that we're going to use it for. So I think I'm good. This box is looking good. Broccoli, welcome in. Giving them classwork to do over the weekend. Hey, there you go. That's fine. I feel like classwork, like all right, I didn't have to go to class. The question though, are they going to do it during class time? No, of course they're not. Let's push the button. I love that. I love it. It's the button pushing is great. See, like that would be a funny thing for a troll to do. Like hit that redeem and be like, oh, haha, I love pushing buttons. And then to actually do it, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. You have to be a buddy troll. Yeah, you have to be creative. Just be creative. Just be creative. Some people come in and they're like, your food looks like shit. Your food looks like shit. I'm like, okay. Cool. How am I supposed to respond to that? if odd got you banned, most of us wouldn't be here, including me. Grace, that is deeply accurate. That is very accurate. Yeah. Yeah, your food looks like shit. Okay, thanks. I've heard worse. Try harder. I don't know. I missed the part where they said whore, though. That's see, this is like the thing. Sometimes I miss things that I should. That had I seen them otherwise, I probably would have been like, okay, is whore supposed is calling me a whore supposed to be some sort of insult? I don't feel insulted. I feel complimented. Thanks. If you know,
I'm a little worried about being a slut.
you know. Anyway, let's check these beats again. It's been 10 minutes. I told you that sound drop would come in. I told you. I didn't know when or why or how, but there we go. That was that was the only time I played it where it was appropriate. All the other times I played it were just for my amusement and were probably not appropriate. All right, those are hot. These have been in the oven for an hour and 47 minutes. If they're not roasted already, I can't. Yeah. They smell good. Do I get some steam coming off of here? Oh, yeah, I do. All right. How we doing? How are we doing? Let me see about, are we soft? Oh yeah, we're soft. Soft enough. Okay. These are good. Well, frankly, Bobby Hill, I'm not really worried about it. I'm responsible. Ad hominem swearing is lame. Say something like, there's appetizing as a peanut butter and pickle sandwich, which I don't want to yuck your yum. I would try it. I'm allergic to peanut butter though. Can we switch it to sun butter? Grace says Lou isn't like most I know, but I don't want to stereotype. Listen, we're not a monolith, okay? We're diverse and unique and individual. I think these are good. I'm gonna peel these. I'm gonna use a fork and I'm gonna hold these and peel them a little bit. Oh yeah, the skin is coming off of here. I think we're good. They're solid in some spots, but like super soft in others. So I think these are good. As I mentioned before, whether or not they are good, I'll put that in quotes, I'm taking them out of the oven now because I want to get this dough made, and we're going to need to rest it a little bit before I cook it. So the goal is to get it done. I'm going to peel these. I'm going to cut this one because this recipe only calls for 3/4 of a cup of beet puree. So this one singular beet that I'm cutting right now is going to be plenty. So I'm gonna peel this one and cut this one now, so that it starts to cool down. I could use gloves. I probably should use gloves, but I'm instead using a fork and just holding it in place. I've now made the decision to like stab into the thing as opposed to like just trying to hold it down with the fork, which wasn't really working. So we're peeling, and I'm pureeing this one anyway, so I don't really need this to be. I'm not worried about the fork making holes in here or anything like that. In fact, I think it's probably okay because cool off quicker with the steam holes. I don't know. Whatever.
Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
No. We sure don't. Okay. That looks fine. What we were gonna do is this calls for 165 grams of beet puree. I feel like I could just weigh the cut beet to be 165 grams and then put that in the food processor, because I did it by weight. I didn't do it by volume. So it's going to change volume when when I blend it, it's going to get bigger, but the weight shouldn't change. Right? I don't think. Is there some reason I didn't peel and dice them before cooking them? Broccoli? No. Yes, because I wanted them to just roast whole. Because I kind of like, I like when they're like whole roasted, because they sort of like steam themselves. When you cut them, I feel like they get
Excuse me, Daddy.
cooked differently on the outside. I don't know.
Daddy, sorry. Daddy,
It's back.
Sorry. Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry. Daddy,
It's
Daddy,
back.
sorry. I'm sorry. Daddy, bye.
You won't be able to scrape every little bit out, though. No, that's true. What I was thinking of is just cutting the beet to be the weight and then putting all of that in the food processor. Maybe I'll do like 170 grams. I don't know. What I don't want to have to do is clean my food processor afterward. That's my goal is I don't want to put the beets in there and have too much and then take them out. So maybe we're gonna do something. Is this gonna work? No, I think I will. I'll just puree. I'm gonna puree the beets, and then I'll scrape the processor out, and then no. I think what I'll do is weigh this as it is, empty. I'll put the beet in it, the whole beet, I'll puree it, and then I'll take this off and weigh it and take out enough so that there's 165 left in the thing. That's what we're going to do. That will get me what I need while also not having to scrape it out and refill it. So my processor plus cutting board 0 scale weight is 976, just in case the scale goes off. I'm going to write that down. Perfect. Grace, you're still learning what all the sounds are. Me too. Command sounds in chat if you want to know what sounds are available to you to be played on stream. If you're a subscriber, all of your sounds are free. Oh, there it is. I knew that one was coming. There's a bunch of sound commands. There's more commands than there are channel point redemptions. Because I don't have enough room for all the channel point redemptions. I don't have enough room to put all the sounds as channel point redemptions, so I've opted just not to do that. Okay, this looks good. And we're cooked. We're definitely cooked all the way through. Yeah, and I could totally just peel and cut this ahead of time. I have my way of doing the beets, like, and you know, I sort of don't think about it until it's well after the fact. It's just how it goes. Maybe I'll try it differently next time. He would not try it differently. Maybe, though. All right, that's 248 grams worth of beet, solid beet. Yeah, 248. Okay. No, Grace, I get it. I get it. I personally do a Twitch Turbo membership just so I don't get ads. But I feel you in the not necessarily subscribing. All right. Noise. Hey, Shart, thank you for the gift subscription to Grace Prime. I hope we get some sounds on stream now. Thank you though. And command sounds. If you're a subscriber, you can get all the sounds that you have available. All right, we're pureeing this. And let me scrape this down and use the red spatula because it's Beets, and you know, not that that would really make a difference, but I want to puree this a little bit more.
Oh, thank you. This is beyond anything I've ever dreamed of.
Hey, Chart, thank you. Yeah, those. Appreciate you. Thank you for the gifted subs. Sneaky indeed, Grace. Thank you, Chart. I appreciate you.
Why is everything so difficult?
Yeah. Yeah, usually we're not thankful for Sharts, but today we are. I don't know how else to put that one, really. There's no clean way to say that. All right, we're gonna puree this just a little bit more. Are we? We're thankful for yes, yeah, yes, and yes, yes, and yes. I mean, how could you not be? Listen, whether or not you're actually thankful, you got to say thank you. It's the least you can do. One more pulse here. Auto mod coming. Twinderella. The likelihood that they'll be used again in a malicious context is low because of the specificity. So, thank you for your work. Thank you for your work allowing the hilarity to shine through today. Yeah, I can't imagine why. I can. It's easy to imagine why. All right, so we're going to take a little bit of this puree out of here. Recipe calls for 165 grams. So let's get this down to 165. And then we add some additional ingredients here while it's in the food processor. So in addition to the beets, let's see, 57, 66, 166, good enough for me. The rest of these beets, we're going to do, I'm just going to like cut them up. Actually, I feel like I want to pop these in the oven for a little while longer and like roast them for another like 20 to 30 minutes so that they're fully soft all the way through, because that's really what I'm going for. And I think I'm going to do that. Just like I think I'm going to do that. Because by the time I put these cookies in the oven, like I'll certainly be completely soft, but I'm not going to do anything with these beets right now. And as I said earlier, they're not quite as fully roasted as I think I would like them to be. So I'm going to put them back in because I'm not using them. And the oven's still on because I'm leaving it on for the cookies. Liz says, what type of freezer soup is for dinner? Tomato. And here it is. And here it is. Let's see if I can I separate these yet? Oh yeah. Yes, I can. So we started, I put these out on the stove earlier because I just had them in the freezer and was like sort of waiting for them to start melting. I'm literally just leaving them on the stove, not on, just thawing right now during stream. So yeah, we're doing tomato soup and grilled cheese situation for dinner today. I'm going to leave this here. We'll keep this to the side. Put this. I'm leaving the cutting board and the spatula out because I'm going to use it again for the processor. Okay. Skin the roasted beets. In a blender, puree the beets, cream, and honey. So we're going to add the honey into here as well. Honey and mascarpone cheese, which was this. So we'll add those in. These are also by weight, so I can just leave this right on the scale. Liz, this is just a regular tomato. Yeah, but yes, this is the tomato soup that I was working on last year. I forget when specifically, or last fall. I forget when the one that I pulled out of the freezer was made. I'm not really sure. But it is the tomato soup recipe that I was working on for quite some time. So it's I mean, I keep coming back to it. I keep making it for my own self whenever I'm making tomato soup because I love it. We need to open another container of honey. That one is tapped. We're going to leave it upside down so I can get the last little bits out of it. Yeesh. Okay. We'll get the rest of the recipe out of this one. 40, 50, 60, 70, 84 grams of honey. 81, 283, 84. Okay. So that's good. And then the mascarpone, 56 grams. No, thank you for the little hype train there. I appreciate it. Choo choo indeed. I appreciate the support. We're trying here today. We've had some uncreative trolls in chat today. And I was going to say and some creative ones, but they're still here. So the creative ones I like. I find it weird that people just troll like with the intention of getting banned. I'm like, what sort of joy are you getting out of life at this point? Or out of this life? Like what are you doing and why? Grace, thank you for the bit. Thank you for the bit. Every little bit helps. That's a free joke. You can have that one. All right, we have the cheese, we have the honey, we have the mascarpone. Let's put those in and let's scrape this down. So it's all at the bottom. I'm gonna give this a little pulse here. The blend. So I want this to be smooth. Like, I don't want there to be chunks in here. Oof, this is bright red, isn't it? Let's scrape this down. So this is a little liquidy, which is fine. I think I'm going to do one more go round here. Scrape the bottom. Yeah, this is looking good. I don't see any like no major chunks in here. And it smells good. So just another like 5, 10, 15 seconds here. Okay, that should do it. Sound was delayed. I don't know. I wonder if that was from my end or not. I don't know. Sometimes the bot takes a while to catch up. If there's a sound coming through stream, it's coming directly off of my hard drive. My all the sounds that play on stream are from, unless you play a blurb from the website, which you can do. Unless you play one directly from the website, all the sounds are being played off of my local computer. That one was a little quicker. You don't want too much of a delay on the sounds, then it's weird. It takes the comedic timing out of the thing. All right, this looks good. We got honey and beet and mascarpone cheese mixed in. Okay. So let's get this dough together, and then we'll rest it, and yeah, we'll put the dough into cookie balls, and then we'll rest those. So we're gonna roll this all out before resting. While the dough rests for just a little bit, I'll finish up the rest of the camping trip like prep stuff that I have to do. I don't have any more food prep to do, but I want to check those boxes, and I'll also assemble the grilled cheese sandwiches. So the dough is going to rest for a little while. I didn't notice, I'm being honest, I didn't really notice any difference between the last time when I made these before, when I rested it for 2 hours, I think, last time. And I didn't notice the difference between that and the one that I cooked immediately. So I don't know how important the resting aspect is, actually, at least for this recipe. So we'll probably just rest it for like maybe an hour. All right. Line a baking sheet with parchment paper. Okay. So we're gonna put these on a sheet pan to rest. So let's get that ready. Okay. Cream together the sugar and the butter until light and fluffy in the bowl of a stand mixer. So we're going to do that. I'm going to do that. This is how I finally finalized the garlic cookies. Yes, I have. I think I will say that I have made with the garlic cookies. I have a recipe that I have now made twice the exact same way and been happy with it both times. So the answer is yes, and we probably should take them to the farmer's market. I think that sounds like a great idea. And do them for Cookie Club. I guess I hadn't considered doing them for Cookie Club. I'm nervous about them. I'll admit it. I'm a little nervous about them. Not because I think that they are not great, I'm nervous to like put them in a package and send them because they're very fragile. But I don't know. That's a me thing. Fudge darling, the cookies. I love the cookie sound. I love the Cookie Monster sound. I think it's so funny. Welcome in. If whether or not I do them for Cookie Club, I definitely think I should take them over to the farmer's market and be like, try these. I also think I should buy the garlic from the farmer's market. I should buy their garlic and use their garlic to do the thing because it's like a garlic farm. Okay. A cup of butter. So that's 2 sticks of butter, softened. These have been out on the counter for the whole stream, so we're good. We're good to go. They feel very soft. Grace will test them. I feel like they would be fine. The taste wise, I love them. I personally really enjoy them, and if you liked the sriracha cookies or the gochujang cookies, like they're sort of in line with that in terms of like spiciness, right? They're not that spicy. DJ Harley, hello. Welcome in. 268 grams of granulated sugar. Garlic popcorn. No, I did switch to the newspaper. I took your suggestion and I switched over. I switched over to the newspaper for packaging, and I have to be honest with you, it's so much easier. It's so much easier. I don't love it as much. I don't think the cookie boxes have as much like personality, but also it's easier. 268 grams of sugar. A lot of sugar. There we go. Yeah, I did switch over to the newspaper because like after you suggested it and I thought about it, I was like, yeah, making the popcorn is the single longest. It's the single longest thing that I do for the Cookie Club. Like making the popcorn takes longer than the writing cards. It takes longer than packing the boxes. It like literally takes longer than everything else. And I was like, I don't need to do this. I really don't need to. It is nice, and I kind of think it's fun, but I'm also like, I'm good. Light and fluffy. Look at that. My chat count. That works. It works. I should set the timer for this. Hold on. There we go. All right, so we want this to be creamed together. Then we add the beet puree, vanilla, orange, the salt, egg, and basically everything else. All the other wet ingredients. Flour, baking powder, and salt. Okay. I've not been annoying enough, Grace says. Listen, some folks also, the chat count, by the way, it counts playing words on stream. So if you participate in words, your count gets higher up. And I thought about limiting that, but I honestly, I don't really know. Right now, it was one of those like just set it and like let's get it going situations. I think if I was to limit it to words, I'd have to do some work in the bot to basically like turn that counter. Like if an ad is running like turn that counter off, or like I can't, there's no mechanism to like ping. Words on Stream doesn't have an API that I can hit from the bot. So, and there's no like webhook that I could use for that, which is like, again, I don't want to get too deeply technical. But there's not, what I'd love to do is basically if I hit start on a game of Words on Stream, it stops counting chat messages. But also I'm kind of like, well, if you participate in Words on Stream, great, then it'll count. Can we change it to November dot, Nov dot? Yes. Yes, we can. Count, what is that command? I think that's under counters. Changed. Changed. You got it. Liz, I appreciate that you are that you have an eye for those types of things. I feel like it's happened a couple times recently. You pointed something out that like if I noticed it, it would bother me, but like I just don't notice it because I don't always look. Yes, and correct. So the chat counter is a specific database in StreamerBot that I created. So the November 2025, just like the check-ins thing, just like the check-ins just started at in a certain date. I just had it. I have it in there so that it's clear when it was implemented. I guess I could change the language that says like beginning in. Yeah, I totally would. But what happens is I don't perceive the whole message. I will look at, like, I know what the message, I see the command and I know what the message is. And I look in the message as to like, oh, what's the number that popped through? I don't read the whole, like my brain doesn't read the whole thing. All right, we're looking good here. So let's add the vanilla, orange, salt, and egg. It's just like for my own purposes, Liz, it's like efficiency. Like there's a message from the bot right above your chat there. I didn't read that at all because I didn't see a command, and I know that it's just one of those auto messages. My brain was just like ignore. And I'm like that. Like when I see someone says check-ins, all I do is look at the number in the check-in chat. I don't actually read the rest of the message. So yeah, once I've entered a message into the thing, it's just object impermanence. It's gone. So anything like that where you're like, hey, this doesn't really work the way you think it's supposed to, like, that's helpful. Okay, we're gonna do vanilla extract and orange extract. No, Liz, trust me, I know. I appreciate your willingness to like say stuff like that. And also I think that, you've been here for long enough. You're one of the first. I was looking through my followers list the other day, and fun fact, you and Kanara followed me back to back. And I don't know in what context, but it was on like day 1 or 2 of my streaming adventure. You've been around for long enough that like trust is there. We're good. We're good. Oh my god. Great, you're gonna get banned. You better watch it. Seriously though, Liz is always looking out for me, and I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Vanilla extract, orange extract, egg. Oh, and the beet puree. So we're gonna mix all of this in. Let me hold on. Let me scrape this down first, and then the beet puree goes in here too. So the goal of this, the changes that I made to this recipe, I'm adding a little more sugar, less flour, and less baking powder. So the goal is I don't want these to be as cakey. I also don't want to go hard in the other direction. So I feel like these are going to have another couple tests, right? Like I have no illusions that today is anything resembling a final version of this. I'm just sort of trying to dial in. I'm trying to dial in where we're at. If I get a lead mod, yeah, I will tell y'all that if I was to assign the lead mod role, I would just assign it to everyone. To everyone. Because I'm not trying to pick that battle. Now, if for some reason, I will say this, if for some circumstance, right, like this channel suddenly had hundreds of people watching at any given time, which like there's a few food and drink streamers who are like that. I don't ever anticipate that. I would be shocked, right? If that was the case and there was lots of people and the channel like needed a lot more hands-on moderation things, then I probably would. And the folks that were here now would definitely have those roles. So, but I don't foresee that happening. Well, I'm not a regular enough streamer to get that level of whatever. I don't have the same like level of involvement and sort of. I'm thinking of the folks that do food that are that size, and I don't really have the characteristics that they have in the same. Or rather, I'm not willing to like do the same things that they do to like maintain that level. Whatever. We added the beet puree extract, orange extract, salt. I didn't add the salt. How much salt? Oh shit, it doesn't say. Oh, half a teaspoon of salt. Okay, it does say. It's just not in the right place. Okay. I also think if I was the size of any of those folks, it would be harder to maintain like chat. It would be harder to chat with people. I'm thinking specifically of one streamer whose streams I really enjoy and has hundreds of people watching them, but they don't interact with chat in the way that I like to. Grace. Oh no, a secret second account. Oh my god. Turnip Toes, hello. A free-for-all showdown. Yeah, we don't want that either. I like the moderators on this channel. I don't want them to fight. It's like if your kids are fighting. I would just try to break them up, but I don't think I would pick a side. I wouldn't be like, that's why we don't have lead mod roles here, because it's not necessary. Like, I don't know. I also don't, the folks who moderate on this channel, I've said many times, both publicly and privately, that like I'm never gonna question your moderation decisions live either. So like, please feel free to make them. Grace, thank you. That's really lovely to say, and I'm very thankful for Zach for bringing folks over in general. We've had some really lovely folks come through chat in the times since Zach has first rated, and I appreciate that Zach continues to try to be supportive and bring folks through. I like their channel a lot. I am not in the sort of YouTube world that Zach lives in. So I always find the things that Zach covers and talks about to be fascinating to me, because I don't otherwise experience these folks that that they talk about. Okay, this is like well combined now. So should make some notes here. Let's put like well, first off, I need to move the salt up here. Okay. Well combined. That's what we're going for. Now we need to get the flour and baking powder and flour, baking powder, and salt. I'm also, I used this rye flour last time. This time I'm going to use a mix of flour. I'm going to go with all-purpose and rye. I think, yeah, last time I used just rye flour. This time we're going to do a cup and a half of regular flour, and then a half a cup of rye flour. And we're just going to see if I like that better. I think I do. I think I will. But I need to get a container so I can measure this out, because I actually want to measure it with oh, hold on, I'll just use a bowl. I actually want to measure it. I want to measure by weight. But we're going to measure out like a cup measure worth here. So yeah, Liz, and I think, you know, one of the things with this stream, like I think the things that I get out of having y'all help and kind of continue to be part of the community in the stream is advice. Like I consider y'all like the barometers of things that I am thinking about or considering, and I really appreciate being able to have people who I trust to like be like, hey, I'm thinking about doing this. How do you think that would work? Food and drink is a whole different vibe too. I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. 1 1/2 flour. So a cup of regular flour is 145 grams. So 145. 145 divided by 2 equals 72 more grams here. So let's put 72 more grams in here. It's not to say that I don't appreciate the management of the people whose chats I don't necessarily want to interact with. That is also appreciated, though. Grace, you don't watch gaming at all? I don't either. I don't watch gaming. You know what? That's not true. I do, but it's like really occasionally. And generally, I love non-gaming streams that are still like gaming adjacent. I like some folks do like crossword streams, which I think is pretty cool. Okay, half a cup of rye flour. So this is half a cup of rye. That was 84 grams. Okay. Just making some notes. Making some notes, because if I don't make the notes, I don't know what happened. Turnip toast. I appreciate that. I'm glad to be your favorite food streamer, and if I'm the only one, I'm glad to be your favorite food streamer, and there's still room for improvement because I'm also the worst food streamer that you watch. Liz, enjoy your lurk. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right. So we have the flour and baking powder. Get that out. Half a teaspoon. So this is a change. We're doing a little less baking powder than I did before. So half a teaspoon of baking powder. We already added the salt, so that's it for the dries. Let's add this. Let's add this in. I actually want to. I want to sift this into my mix. We'll sift it in. Directions say to stir dry ingredients into the wet mixture until combined. Well, it says until just combined, but we are gonna use the mixer for this. Okay, let's get that. That's good. Put that right there, and we're gonna sift. Are we going to sift, or are we just going to dump it in and half of it falls in over the side? Okay, well, whatever. We're going to sift. We're going to sift most of it in. Yay! There it goes. Beautiful. Okay, so I'm going to stir this with the spatula. We're going to fold some of this in first, and then we're going to incorporate it with the mixer. I just don't want it to get puffy. I don't want it to like poof up. Sometimes when you have too much dry ingredient in a thing and it like puffs out, it like throws half the ingredients out of the bowl, and then you're like, oh no, now what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to remeasure? Like what's going on? What do I gotta do here? So let's we stirred some of that in by hand, and this is good. There we go. Let's lock that in. We're gonna stir until combined. Okay, that looks pretty good. Let's get this out of the mixer. I'm not going to get it out just yet. We're going to scrape this down or scrape this off a little bit, just to the point where I can get the bowl off. I'm going to scrape in the bowl and just make sure I don't have any flour in the bottom. This is bright red. This looks like it's like a strawberry color almost. Now, I think when this cooks, it's going to end up being a little browner, because it's just sort of how it happened last time. I'm considering, if this turns very brown when I'm cooking it, I will consider putting some red food coloring in it, just so that it maintains a nice like red color. So we're just going to stir this for another couple seconds here. And that's good. All right, now we're going to take this bowl off, clear the mixer, and then I'll roll it. We're going to roll this into balls, and then we're going to rest it. So I want to roll it first, because it'll cool. It's sticky, but it's not so moist that it is going to be, they're going to hold together. We're going to put these in like rough balls by weight. I had a good, so the size of these last time was pretty good. I think they will end up spreading a little further than they did before. But as far as weight goes, I've got a good weight for these. So we're going to make them all the same size this time. Last time I did some test baking of different sizes, but I landed on a good one. So we're just going to go with that. We're going to keep that sort of same size. It's the color of my scale. It is the color of the scale. Oof, that is so good though. I put a little more sugar in that this time, and I gotta say that dough tastes more like a sugar cookie than it did last time, but it's still definitely got some beet going on in there, which is amazing and great. That is kind of the point. Okay, let's move this. I'm just going to move this off to the side briefly. We'll clean up the counter in a few minutes here. Once I get these in the fridge to rest, time check 13:32. All right, we're doing great. We're gonna rest these for an hour, and then we're gonna a little less than an hour, probably, and then we're gonna bake them. We're gonna start baking these around 16:15. I need to be finished stream today by 17:30. That's 5:30 p.m. Calvin, my son, has karate tonight, and so I am taking him to karate. I've committed to doing that, so I need to be available to do that. And his karate starts at 6, so I need to end by 5:30, roughly, hardly ever end by 5:30, but you know. That's how it goes. Today's the day where that will happen. All right, we're going to, let me wash my hands here. Those beets, I just remembered I put those beets back in the oven. They're still in there. So they're probably pretty well done at this point, which is good. That was the point. But let's get these rolled because I want to rest them. We're going to roll the cookies. We're going to roll the cookies. I'm going to clean up. I'm going to make grilled cheese. And then we're going to bake the cookies. So we have about an hour, a little less than an hour worth of like time between rolling these and then not. All right, and then baking. All right, let's, where are my notes? Here they are. Cookies, last time, they were cakey, soft, and moist with no chilling and after an hour. The final cookies I ended up rolling into 35-gram balls. So we're going to do 35-gram cookie balls today. I will try them both as letting them be whole, and then I will try to flatten a few of them, and we'll see which ones of those end up being more preferred. But I think in general, 35 grams is a good amount for a cookie ball. That was the verdict last time. So we're going to do 35-gram balls. I'm going to roll these by hand. I'm not using a cookie scoop. You know what I'm going to do? I am going to use a cookie scoop. I'm going to try one. Let's do a 2-tablespoon scoop and see how much dough that is. 44 grams. Okay, so a little more. There's a little more than I want it to be. But that's okay. I think I can do... Let's see. Yeah. Sorry, I'm like I started concentrating, so I stopped talking. All right, 35 grams. That's good. So this is quite sticky. I think what I'm going to do, I think I am actually just going to use the scoop. I think we'll use the scoop, and I'll just I'll scoop it out and just kind of like, now that the scoop has a little bit of dough on it, I think when I use the scoop, it'll actually be more reflective of the weight of the thing. What I mean to say is the scoop being clean, like this, it like stuff sticks on here. Now that it's got stuff on it and it's sort of like, what's coming out is out. The next bit of dough that I pull out of here is not going to stick on here. It's just going to be like, that's the right amount. 35. Okay. So yeah, let's just do that. Because this dough is a little too sticky to do by hand. Yeah, and this scoop, if I do it right, so I'm getting basically 34 to 36 gram balls. And I can just get a little extra there. There we go. Okay. I'm going to put these pretty close together. And we'll chill them. Like I said, I think they're going to chill. They're going to chill better if I sort of scoop this dough ahead of time. Or it'll chill quicker because there's less surface area to get through. So speaking of Calvin, which I just was, my son should be home relatively soon. He is on his way home from school at the moment. At least he should be. I haven't checked, but he's usually right on line to be home between 15:45 and 1600. Okay, we're getting there. We're scooping cookie balls. The color of these is looking really nice. I mixed these a little bit more than the last time. I was worried before about their. I was a little worried about overmixing them last time, and I think I was slightly less worried about that today because I'm adding a little more sugar and butter, and I wanted them to sort of incorporate a little better. Wait, hold on. Cool. All right, there we go. Sorry, I forgot to tear the scale and my numbers were all off. All right. So ultimately, we're going to chill these for just a little bit here. I think these might, I'm kind of inclined to see if these how these cook up just straight out of the bowl. So I might do a couple of these now and just see kind of what happens, because I don't really know. And again, we're developing and testing, so why not try them with no chill in addition to chilling them? Also, I'm going to run out of room in my sheet pan. So I'm like, oh, what do I do?
Science is cool.
What do I do when I get to the rest of them? It's true. That was a good one. I think there's like 15 sounds, or maybe there's like 10 sounds. I don't know how many science sounds there are. There's about the same number of science and math sounds. I want to say there's 10. But I could be wrong. I did number them. I could certainly check. That'd be an easy bit of information to find out. All right. A little big. Still a little big. Still a little big. There we go. Okay. Oh, good. I have one more row. I didn't know if I had one more row in there or not. I feel like I was thought I was at the end, but I got a little room left. We're getting there. Hopefully, when these are finished, these are not gonna are not finished. When these have chilled for a little bit, they'll be easy to pull off of the tray. I don't know. We'll see. They're quite sticky right now. If I was doing this by hand, I would probably have had to change my gloves at least once, or at least rinse the gloves off so that they weren't a complete disaster. Okay, so that's a good number here. I have enough for like 2 cookies in here. And so I'm gonna put these in the fridge. Yeah, let's actually put these in the freezer. Because I think putting them in the freezer, they will, obviously they'll cool off. The freezer's, you'll be surprised to learn that the freezer is colder than the refrigerator. So we're gonna put them in here and rest them, chill them there. I'm gonna get another sheet pan out and just bake a small batch of these, whatever dough is left in the bowl right now, just to see how it goes and to sort of see what they're like. I think, you know, I don't love resting dough, and if they came out amazingly without resting it, I would just not rest them anymore. Grace says, if someone isn't a huge fan of beets, do you think they'd be okay with the flavor? How intense is it? Well, the first round was pretty intense. I think that you would be okay with it. It depends what you don't like about the beets, honestly. Like if it's their flavor, then like probably you're not going to like these. But if it's like texture or something like that or color, maybe. But I do think, you know, this version that I'm working on today is more. I added more sugar to it, so there's less beet. It's the beet intensity is lessened, reduced, because there's a lot more sugar going on. So I think I'm always an advocate of like trying them, even if you think you don't like beets. But I mean, the objective of the cookie is that they have a beet taste to them. So like, I think if you don't like the flavor of beets, then you may not like these. But it's sort of like, I equate it to something like, okay, you know, if you don't like a certain flavor, would you try that ice cream, right? Like it's still a cookie. So it's not like you're eating a roasted beet. It's, you know, it's still a cookie that is sort of beet flavored. Beet Intensity would be a good band name. I'm with you. Okay, so we got basically one more cookie worth of dough in here. Let's just pop that out onto the pan. Just by hand like that. I'm not going to weigh that because why bother? I am going to weigh it because I had done this tear on the scale before. Okay, so let's I'm gonna leave this bowl because Calvin should be on it soon, and he might be interested in licking the beater of that. I'm interested in this one. Excuse me. Anyway. You ever seen the meme on the internet where the person's like, how'd you learn to do that? And then the next picture is just a whisk. Think about it. Let it sink in. I'll explain it to you when you're older. Okay, let's put these cookies in. Oh, hold on. Got a packet of Beets in there. We got to get out. Forgot they were in there. Please don't be that hot. Yay. Okay. Darlene, welcome in on YouTube. Nice to see you. Happy Thursday. Oh, oven's still at 400. I don't want that, or 420. I don't want that to be at 400. I want this to be at 350. 350 is a better temperature. Let's let some of this heat out. We'll give this like a minute. And then we're gonna cook these. How long does it say? How long did I cook the last ones for? 12 minutes. Okay. So I'm going to set a timer for 12 minutes. And we'll close this now. All right. And we'll see how it goes over here. All right. We are going to clean up now because I already weighed out all of my cookie dough. So I don't need my scale. I don't need the baking powder. I don't need this honey, although we'll leave that out on the counter. Salt. I don't need that anymore. Baking powder goes away. Cookbook can go away. Blender bottle can go away. Not away, but can get put back in the pot there. Stand mixer can go back where it lives in the cabinet. And that can go back in. This can go back in. A bunch of stuff lives in front of the stand mixer. Okay, we're good. That's good. Let me give this soup a little scrape. I feel like it's starting to come out here. There we go. Perfect. Okay. This is my soup for dinner. This is tomato soup that I'm just leaving sit on the stove. I'm going to turn this on low right now so that it thaws. I don't need this to be ready and hot until 7 p.m. 7 p.m. Sorry. Grace, yeah, I kind of, sorry, back to your point. I lost track of the plot for a second. I think it's sort of like, it's definitely a cookie form. So it has lots of sugar and lots of butter. And I think that what you could probably do is be like, just try one. It's a very like, it's not like if you eat beets straight, and then it's definitely a little earthier and harder to sort of overcome the fact that there's beets in it. But I do think that with this particular version, it's there's so much else going on. And the beets, part of the reason that I roasted the beets is to have them be sweet, because when you roast them, they are the sugars come out, and so they're better. They're more they're more flavorful, and they are a lot sweeter than if you were to like pickle them or steam them or even just like shred them and put them in something. So I think that's, I don't know. I would hope that he would try them, but obviously you can't make people eat things that they don't want to eat. Yeah, if you add enough sugar. Yes. Yeah, adding sugar really helps in a lot of areas. Oh, beets are in that sauce. Okay, that's cool. I'm not as far as like other stuff that beets are in. I like cooking them, but I don't have a sort of depth of experience of like lots of different beet recipes. I mainly roast them and cut them up and then eat them like that. Calvin's home. Yes. Hello.
Earlier today, we were reading a book. It was an audio book.
Yeah.
And since I wasn't at school on Tuesday,
Uh-huh.
I had to listen to it by myself.
Mm-hmm.
And while I was listening to it,
Mm-hmm.
I thought you pop up on my For You page, and I was so close to clicking on that and saying hi.
Okay. Calvin saw me on YouTube. He's here.
And I was really close to
This is
clicking
hot.
on it. Okay. Beet cookies.
Yeah. Well, the
This
beet,
looks like cotton candy.
it does. I left that for you. Do you want to like enjoy that?
So is this the beet stuff?
Yeah, that's the cookie dough. That's the beet cookie dough.
Kind of tastes like the
There is, Grace, there is not.
orange.
The creamsicle cookies?
Yeah.
It has orange extract in it.
Do you think that's why?
Probably. It's probably partly the reason is because it's the same orange extract I used for the creamsicle cookies. Like the exact same bottle of
Because
it.
it tastes similar to the...
Yeah, Grace, there's not a command. There's not a Calvin
what?
for Calvin.
Oh.
You did spell it correctly though. That is accurate.
You
Okay.
should make a Calvin command.
What should the Calvin command be?
I don't know.
What's your name? What would you want it to be? Anytime you came on stream?
Yeah, I guess so.
That could be fun. Could be funny.
We should compare how
Cookies look
much-
good. They've spread quite a bit and they have 6 minutes to go.
We should compare how much I'm on stream to the cats.
Yeah. Obi's over there looking big. He's looking
And looking tired.
very tall right now. Okay, what am I doing here? I want to get the grilled cheese sandwiches together. That's what I want to do. Before I do dishes, I want to get those together. And I started the timer for the cookies being in their freezer. They're already chilling and cold.
I'm not a huge Minions fan, by the way. I think I've seen like one movie.
Yeah, I don't know.
When
I don't
I
think
was-
I've ever seen a Minions movie.
I think I've seen one when I was like 5 years old, and that's it.
Maybe. Grace, she does sometimes. Yeah, not Grace, she doesn't accompany me on stream. She doesn't like help with anything in the kitchen, but she passes through, puts things in the microwave, feeds the dog occasionally. She comes through, but she's not like here in a like persistent manner.
The line to put the ramen in the microwave was longer than I thought.
Yeah, of course it
And
was.
when I came back to the table, there was like 3 minutes left before we went to
Uh-huh.
recess.
Uh-huh.
So I just so I took my time eating, but I asked if I could go up when I was finished.
Okay.
And they said yes.
Okay. I have an after school snack for you. It's that melon that was on the counter that you were asking about the other day. You should have some. Yeah. Calvin had asked me today if he could take ramen. You can scrape the bowl too. Like also, and when you're done with it, put both the bowl and the spatula in the sink, please. Calvin asked me if he could take like a thing of like microwave ramen to school so that he could have it for lunch. Because in the cafeteria, they have a microwave. And I was like, yeah, but like, are you really going to have enough time to eat that after like waiting in line and getting, waiting in line, waiting for it to cook and then like taking it to your table and all that. And he was like, yeah, I'll have time. So 3 minutes to eat doesn't sound like enough time to eat hot ramen. To me, anyway.
I mean, yeah, I was very sweaty when I was finished.
Yeah. Now, question. Would you do that again? Yes, you would. Okay. No, he would. He would take ramen to school again. All right.
It only wasted like 5 minutes.
Grilled cheese. Well, yeah. Hold on. So pause. So you were like, can I finish eating lunch before being like made to go outside for recess? And you did.
Yeah.
Okay. So you missed some recess in order to eat lunch. Okay.
But a couple of people.
That's a fair.
do that
That's a fair trade-off. Okay. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're gonna make
7.
band.
Huh?
Band.
Oh.
Your band.
Oh, okay.
Don't do that.
Guess who just got unbanned? Me.
Yeah, Velos, we didn't have access to a microwave or any kind of thing like that in school either. Like,
I just got it.
yeah. I'm like, I feel like there should be more of them, right? Like, I mean, if they're gonna have a microwave, I feel like they should have like several, because otherwise it's sort of like, yeah, otherwise they're just waiting in line. It's a whole cafeteria full of kids. They have 20 minutes to eat. Excuse me. Put some of those in a bowl.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think I'm gonna eat all of these.
Sarah, hello. Welcome in. Yeah, ban appeal. Yeah, he's hit me with the 6-7 thing. I'm just, I can't. We're not doing that shit.
Well, we are, because I just did.
No.
Tomato mayo sandwiches?
Tomato soup and grilled cheese. After.
Yeah, mayo.
There's always mayo on it.
On the grilled cheese?
There's 100% of the grilled cheese sandwiches you've ever had that I've made have had mayonnaise on them.
We should have tomato mayo soon, though.
Tomato mayo sandwiches are my favorite, and the very moment that it's like the season for good tomatoes, we will have those. Y'all eat those? The tomato, like just a tomato and mayonnaise on with salt and pepper. I feel like that is, and bread, not toast. We don't toast.
Oh.
We don't toast the bread. We do a
Not just tomato.
plain. Nagin, welcome in. Hello. Yes. See, that's like the best. And it has to be like crappy white bread. Like, toasted is fine. What the hell? Time check. 4 o'clock. It's the Phillies opening day.
Oh,
Those were okay. So some fight. No, those were fighter jets that just flew over the house. I was like, "Is this it? Is this it? Is this the moment?" No, no. I think the baseball season or the baseball opens today. The baseball.
where was this? The baseball open.
Our local baseball team, professional baseball team, in the fridge. Just find a spot. Just find a spot.
Whatever.
Any spot. Oh my God.
I need to do. Oh gosh.
Yes, the tomato mayo sandwiches, crappy white bread. Toasted is fine. Like if it's your preference to toast it, Sarah, like no shade on the toasting. Like wouldn't shade you for doing the toasting. I am personally not toasting it. I'm not toasting it partially because I want the tomato juice to like get absorbed in the bread. I feel like and you don't put them down either. Like once you've got that sandwich in your hand, you can't put it down. If you put it down, it's gonna fall apart. Oh, my timer just went off. That was for the cookies I have in the oven. All right, these are looking good. Let's see. Do we bang these? Okay. No. Are these browned around the feet? Not quite. I hear you. You're doing your Imagine math. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to give those another 3 minutes or so.
Then I'm doing reading.
That's 15 total minutes. Yeah. 1:15. Okay. So we're going to do total time here. Friends who are hanging out here, Chef Nagin is a fellow food and drink streamer. One of the first folks that I encountered on Twitch in the category, has IRL plus food, and is a nice human being who I've actually met in real life, which is super cool.
Might be going to a Phillies game for
Her links are in chat, and I encourage you to follow them. Calvin says they're probably going to a Phillies game for a field trip. The tentative date is on my calendar for chaperoning purposes. If you still want me to participate in the chaperone situation, I will. Okay, cool. Velas, homegrown tomatoes. Yeah, heirloom tomatoes, like anything like good tomatoes. That's what I was saying when they're in season, right? Grace, a accommodation for longer lunches. Okay.
I'm gonna put this.
Yeah, 17 minutes. I mean, 20. I think their lunch is like 20 to 25 minutes.
23 minutes.
Right? 23 minutes, Calvin says.
I'm gonna put
Doesn't feel like enough.
I'm gonna put the melon in the fridge and poop while I'm doing this.
Okay.
Use the
Okay.
bathroom.
Great. Sourdough toasted tomato sandwich dipped in tomato gazpacho. Oh my god. Yeah, that's definitely like a summer style beverage right there. Or dish. Beverage? I was thinking of the soup. I could do that. I like sourdough. I like a sourdough in general. I think once I think my point is this. Once you start getting away from the white bread and white bread, mayonnaise, and tomato, it then becomes like fancy. And I'm all for that. I'm all for a fancy sandwich. But I think where my heart is at is the very simplistic, like just the basics, right? Like we were talking about this with regard to grilled cheese and how I often will complicate grilled cheese. Like today we're just doing, I mean, there's two different cheeses on here, so like already we've messed it up. But we're doing a simple grilled cheese today. I had the thought that I was like, I don't want to make this overly complicated. As I am looking in the fridge for more shit to put on the grilled cheese, I am literally saying this as I'm looking in the refrigerator. But that said, like there's a couple pepperonis in here, there's French fries in here, what else is in here? What could I make? How could I complicate this? Oh, there's plenty. Oh my God, there's plenty of ways. No, we're not going to do it. Grace, they do have to clean up and all that too. Yeah, it's like they stand in line, they clean up. They stand in line, they eat, and then they have to clean up. And Calvin mostly gets school lunch. We live in Philly. School lunch is free for students, public school students, specifically public school students. Here's the Beet cookies. First unrested round. We're going to let these rest on the tray for a few minutes. I feel like these are still very cakey. I just touched one of them. I like flipped it back over and it was still like too cakey for my liking. So I think I'm certainly going to have more work to do here. I'm curious if the flavor of this is good. We'll have some like recalibration happening. Fellas, you got an hour for lunch? It's very generous. Yeah, they give them, because what they do, his school and a lot of the schools, they do lunch and recess like back to back, and it's like an hour. It's both of those things happen in 1 hour. So that's the sort of timing of it all. And what he was just saying was like he wasn't finished his lunch, so he just didn't go out to recess until he was finished, which was a choice that he made. It wasn't like nobody's watching them and being like, did you eat all your food? You know, there's no clean plate club at school. They don't do that. So, all right, let's finish these and then time check 1400. All right, so we're gonna finish these. I'm gonna do the dishes and we'll play a game of words on stream. Before I do the dishes though, I'm gonna melt these in the oven briefly because the oven is on and empty. So let's give those like let's give those 4 minutes in the oven, which is enough time to melt the cheese. So I think the secret to a good grilled cheese is that all the cheese has to be melted, right? You can't have a grilled cheese where like the inside is not cooked and melty. So what I prefer doing is putting them in the oven, melting the cheese before I put the tops on them, and then hitting them on the griddle for a little less time than the time it would require to melt them and like melt and cook, right? So that's sort of my move. Okay, they're slightly more solid than last time. So we're letting these rest for a few minutes here. Ash, you're gonna have to look out. No, you're good. You just can't. I'm getting things out of the cabinet and you're lying right underneath of it, and I am just making you aware that you are going to oh, okay. He's very aware now. He is running for his little life. All right, I think what we're gonna do when I cook these, I'm actually gonna put these on a silicone pastry mat because they will spread a little bit more because the mat will get hot. The parchment doesn't get as hot as a pastry mat, or at least the pastry mat like conducts heat differently. I don't know. I'm trying something different. I just want them to. I'd like them to spread a little bit more than they did. So maybe I'll also press them down a little bit, which means I should probably put these in the refrigerator so that they're not frozen solid. Yeah. Okay. Oh, perfect. These are actually really nicely chilled at the moment. They're solid, but not too solid. So we're gonna throw them in the fridge while we finish up what we're doing here. Bella says in high school it was an hour and you could do what you wanted, and you had open lunch where you could go outside, which is super nice. Yeah, Grace says they have so many kids at the middle school going to the cafeteria. They go to recess after the next group can get in. Right. And lunch starts early. You're right. Like lunch starts at 10, ends at like 1. Right. It is for a Calvin school. They start. I think the first lunch is at like 11 something. I don't really know. I don't really know the exact time of it, but I do know that it's early. Earlier than I would want to eat lunch, but also they get to school. I mean, he walks into the school building like 7:45 in the morning. Like lunch being at 11, not that weird when you consider that timing of it. Okay, what do we have to do? I'm going to let's get these beets. These beets were in the oven for extra time. Let's process these. So we have. I want to peel these, and I want to peel these, cut these into rounds, and then put them in the refrigerator. Because these are roasted beets, I will just eat these, eat slices of these right out of the refrigerator. Which is, which I might do, and I also might end up putting these, I might end up freezing these so I can puree them later. We're gonna see sort of where we go with that one. But let's get these processed. So I have this done, and then we'll we'll start baking the cookies. Actually, I'm just gonna say screw it to the dishes, and we're gonna let those go. But the grilled cheeses I do want to cook, which should not take very long. We're gonna do the grilled cheeses in the big cast iron pan, 2 at a time in this pan, and not on the griddle. Because very selfishly, the griddle is clean, and I'm going to take it camping with me, and I don't want to have to clean it this evening. So we're going to do it in the big pan. So look, the cookies have gone well. I have not a first batch, but I put some in the oven right out of the mixing bowl. I need to give those 2 more minutes. The cheese isn't quite melted. and we're going to start baking the next round of them. Or I've rested them. They've been in the refrigerator or freezer and then the fridge for almost an hour now. And I'm just kind of doing a few other small things while I'm waiting. But I do need to start baking those. I want to start baking those basically when I'm finished with these processing these beets. We're going to start baking the cookies. And while I'm baking the cookies, simultaneous to baking the cookies, we're going to do the grilled cheese. The grilled cheese is going to go in a pan on the stove, and I can do that like at the same time. We're going to put the beet cookies on one of the big pans, the ones that we use for the for Cookie Club. So they should be, I should be able to get quite a few of them on the pan at the same time. But these beets are warm, but cool enough that I can touch them with my fingers right now. That's actually not quite true. They're still pretty hot. I'm like, oh wow, that was incorrect. They are in fact still hot, but that's okay. I can get around that. The skin is just kind of peeling off. I'm using the peeler, but like I probably could just wait like 5 minutes and do this with gloves and just like scrape them off with my hands. Yeah, why don't I do that? Why don't we just wait? They're extremely hot. Let's just wait. Okay. Pause on that as we recalibrate here. My timer's going off. That's for the cheese. Let me rinse my hands because I now have beet on them. Okay, cheese is looking good and melted. Let's get that out. We'll put the tops on these things. And then these will be ready to cook in the pan. Once these are cooked in the pan, I'm just going to leave them. We're going to turn the oven off. And I'm literally going to leave them in the oven. Well, I'll leave them in the oven after after we've finished the cookies, which are going in the oven. Then I will put these in the oven. Let's get those on the stove right now. My pan here is, let me start heating up my cast iron pan. I'm going to do a little preheat on this thing. And, okay, so that's on and on low. Let's get some cookies in the oven. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. You know what I want to do? And I always say I want to do this. I'm going to do it today. I'm going to preheat my sheet pans. Now, why would you do that? The reason that I want to do this is because the first round of cookies on a cold sheet pan that hasn't been in the oven at all yet always hits a little differently. So if you preheat the sheet pan with the like full mat on it or cover or whatever, just give it like a couple minutes in the oven. You preheat it. It will cook better. Like the cookies will cook normally on the first round. When I say normally, I mean they will cook as they would in like round 4 when you're using a sheet pan that's already been in the oven for round 1 and 2. So let's get those. I'm going to put that in the oven now. We'll put one of those. Yeah, let's put both of those in the oven. No harm in doing that. While those are preheating for just a moment, I am going to finish peeling these beets. So we're going to do this with gloves. And yeah, these are fine. I can just peel this with literally my thumb for the most part. And then we'll use the peeler for like the rough top here. But these are fully soft. These feel very soft. little different than the ones that I used for the cookies. I think that's okay. I think I want to use roasted beets for the cookies because I know that they're a lot sweeter. Like the sugar comes out, and that's just like part of the flavor that I want. I want like a roasted beet as opposed to something that is super fresh. Now, when they're roasted, they are also a little more palatable. So I think if I was going to serve beets somebody for the beets to somebody, if I was going to serve somebody beets for the first time, I would serve them a roasted beet before I served them a pickled beet, before I served them like a fresh beet or boiled beet. I would give them a slice or a small chunk of roasted beet with some sort of like honey dressing, some like something of that nature, because they're just sweeter. Like they're much sweeter when you do that. Okay, so where's the knife that I was using for the beets earlier? There it is. Okay, I'm gonna slice these. So we're just gonna slice the top and the tail, and then I'm gonna cut these into like big slabs of roasted beet. And I'm going to pop these in the fridge. Itis, welcome in. Happy Thursday, or Friday Junior, if you will. I know some folks like that term. And by some folks, I'm talking about me. It's good to see you. We are working through, we had a little bit of prep today. We're also prepping for dinner tonight. So this is the slab of roasted beet here. If you want to take a look, this is what they look like fully roasted. Some nice, like, they're much darker, but you can see like the lines on the inside. Kind of fun. And I'm gonna go ahead and eat one of these right now because I love them. God damn, that's good though. Okay, but that's enough. All right, I'm gonna put this in the compost, in the trash, in the sink, wipe the counter, wipe the counter off. We're going to give a little shout out here to Itis. Hello, Itis Meal Prep, fellow food and drink streamer, friend of the stream. We love to see a food and drink streamer in chat. We love to see a food and drink streamer in real life and on the internet, but in chat is also nice. They're always nice too. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We have a hot sheet pan. Hot. We're going to sit this on the counter and it's going to cool down basically instantly because the counter is stone and, you know, metal conducts. Here are our rolled and rested beet cookies.
That's hot.
And let's put those on a sheet pan and get them in the oven. I'm going to do half of these on the first sheet pan. I'm going to do half and half. I'm going to basically put half of them in as they are, and then half of them as I'm going to press them down like quite a bit so that they are flat and like spread out flatter. These were pretty good before. I think I can do. So let's do this. I think we're going to be able to make 2 trays of these. 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so we can get, if we get 12 per tray, which seems about right in terms of like how big these got. Now these I didn't press down, but they didn't spread. I could definitely fit 12 on a tray. So these were unrested. So I think I can get 12 of these. So let's do the side that has the logo on this tray. I'm going to press down. Like I'm just going to press these a little bit so that they are already like pre-spread. And we'll see if that makes a difference. What I'm looking for here is I'd really love these. I'm going for a crispier, less cakey texture than before. I think they're never going to not be little cakey, and I don't want these to be like snappy.
Is it cookie?
I don't want these to be like a snap type of cookie. Like the garlic cookies that I was working on are a very much a like crisp cookie. I don't think I want these to be that. I do want them to cook completely and get firm though, which these feel like they were. So let's put these in the oven. I'm going to put these in. I'm going to try one of the other batches. I'm going to take this sheet pan out of the oven. I'm going to turn my cast iron pan way down because it is starting to smoke. I'm taking this out of the oven. I'm not putting cookies on here yet. So this is one of the ones, this is one of the Beet cookies from the, oh, timer, pause. Let's do, so those were in there for 15. I'm going to set 15 on here. This is one of the ones from the first batch. This is what they looked like. So they didn't maintain their like super pink color. The bottoms look good and they're crispy, or they're drier on the bottom. But here's the important thing. When I hold it like this, it doesn't fold in half. So we're closer to what I want. The first ones, the first round that I made a couple weeks ago, you could not hold like this. They just folded over. And these aren't even completely cooled. Like these are still, I still feel warmth in here. So let's zoom in again. Hey, 9, there you are. Welcome. How was the pulled pork? Or not pulled pork. Sheesh. Sloppy Joe. We have some Beet cookies. This is the inside. Grandpa. What is Grandpa? This is the Beet cookie. It's funny. This is the red color on the outside and then brown. Granola. Okay. Wait. I was like, what is Grandpa? Grandpa feels like a nickname for like a homemade something. I was waiting. I was like, maybe there'll be a correction. Welcome in. Friends, if you just joined us, follows are silent. There's no alerts. There's no sounds. There's no chat messages. Please feel free to hit the follow button. And just know that I'm not going to call you out for it. Welcome in. Friends of the stream, 9 of 12. 9, please go follow. We have a shout out in chat. Thank you so much for that. 9 has been a regular community member now for a little bit. And we love to show some support. So please go hit the follow button on their channel. It's free. Follows are. Friends who joined us, my name's Lou. It's nice to have you. We do a little cooking here. I'm a home cook. I'm a recipe developer, tester as well. I'm a parent, live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they. We do a lot of cooking on stream, development, cookies, snacks, trip prep, meal prep. We do a little bit of baking. We do a little bit of IRL streaming sometimes out in the world. I usually stream about twice a week, often Tuesdays and Thursdays, sometimes Wednesdays and Thursdays, sometimes on the weekend, which is always odd. But regardless, welcome in. It's nice to have you. We made beet cookies today. I'm trying one. Flavor's good. Still a little cakey for my liking, but they're sweet. They're very sweet, which is ideal. Okay. I turned my pan down. They're sweeter than the last round, and they are firmer than the previous round. I'm hoping that the ones in the oven, specifically the ones on the right-hand side of the oven, on this side, I'm hoping that they are even better after they've rested a little bit. We'll see. I don't know. While those are in the oven, though, we have 11 minutes left. We're going to make some grilled cheese sandwiches. Well, I've made the grilled cheese sandwiches. We're going to start frying the grilled cheese sandwiches. I have my pan ready to go. I'm trying to heat up again on here. Now, these have mayonnaise on the outside. So they're pre-greased, as it were. I don't need to add much more to the pan, but I'm going to add like a little dollop of bacon fat in there because I have some. And I just want to make extra sure that this is the worst meal calorically and health-wise for you. Not true. I'm also making tomato soup, or I made tomato soup. Tomato soup has been made already. It is, in fact, ready to go. Is the garlic cookie recipe published yet? You know, it's not published. It is finished. But I am not. I didn't make it. I didn't develop it for anyone specifically, so I don't have. I didn't put it anywhere. Like, it's not online. Like, if you do command recipes, you'll get a listing of like my recipes that are paid published recipes. But the garlic cookies were for me, and I haven't like put that recipe out there anywhere specifically. I'm happy with it. I think it turned out well. I'll be super honest with you that I'm a little reluctant to like put it, like give it out somewhere. And that's not to say that I don't trust that people would like, I don't know. I'm sort of like, once it's out in the world, it's out. And right now it's not out. And I'm like, once it's out, you've lost control of it. So I do want to do something with it, and I think if I'm sort of thinking about it one way, I sort of feel like I owe y'all the ability to like taste them or like try them, because I've been talking about them so much. Okay, so we're cooking these grilled cheeses now. This should be pretty. It should be pretty straightforward. 9, I think, yeah, my purpose, the thing is, here's what I want to do with it. Here's my ideal scenario with that garlic cookie recipe. I want to make them and give it to the person who inspired it. Right? I just want to I want to make it before I give it to anyone else. I want to sort of give it to the person whose garlic cookies I was trying to recreate. Now, I want to say that mine are different too, slightly different. They're not exactly the same, which I think has merit, because I don't know how they made theirs. I've tried to recreate them and I couldn't get it exactly the same way, but I got it to a thing that I wanted. I got it to a way that I liked. The next thing that I want to do with them is I would like to try and sell it to somebody. I'd like to pitch it a couple places that would pay me for it and be like, hey, how about you pay me for this? And if none of them take it, I don't know. If none of them take it, I don't even know. But I was, I think I would like to, if I can, I'd like to try to sell it because I think that would be fun. Because they are unique. The recipe for a starting point, Grace. Yeah, I'm happy to, the ones that I used for a baseline, I'm happy to share. All the ones that I used for a baseline had chocolate in them. What kind of garlic did you get? Like, was it like a specific, not type, was it like raw garlic, roasted garlic, black garlic, smoked garlic, steamed garlic? Did I make the garlic ones on stream? You know, I did. I made them probably like 10 times on stream. At various times. So I was working on them like on and off for like a year or so. So they were sort of an intermittent labor that I then finally was like, okay, I gotta finish these. Like I gotta get these done because otherwise I'll never do them. Like when you're working on something like that and you sort of lose track of it, it's why I wanted to come back to the beet cookies today, because I'm like, if I don't do it today, it's going to be another couple weeks before I like get to these, and then I really will like have to start over mentally. Fudge Darling, the flirt bot is great. I think it's really funny. I, like so many things on this stream, stole that from another streamer. But mine, like any good approximation, does something different, slightly different from what their stream does. So it's not exactly the same. It's the same with modifications. Okay, these cookies are going to need to come out of the oven soon. I'm not really noticing much of a difference between the ones that were pressed flat and the ones that were not. At this point, they're about the same size. Fellas, that sounds like a great dinner. Those little breakfast rolls that I made yesterday, I was thinking about them today. I was like, I should have made 100 of those and just put them in the freezer. I think I will at some point soon. Ah, the purple one's nice. I love that there's so many different types of garlic. Or there's so many different like sort of varieties and ways you can do things with it. The place that I got it, that I first encountered those garlic cookies, sells, oh, that's a little burnt. That's okay. They sell like smoked garlic, which is super good. Grace, that's funny. And I think the beet cookies, okay, so the beet cookies fundamentally have a different inspiration than the garlic ones. So when the beet cookies are like ready to go, that is one that I think I will just put into Discord, because the beet cookies came from a friend of the stream, Joystick Nick, in chat, asking if I had any recipes that used beets and specifically cookies. And I was like, I don't, but I bet you can Google them. And then I did look up beet cookies and was like, oh, there's not a recipe that does the thing that I want when I think about a beet cookie. So I was like, all right, let's see if we can make one. Oh, we smoky. Turn that fan on for my oh shit, before my smoke alarm goes off, which it might and probably will. pretty shortly here. Let me open the window here. Hold on. Shit. Is this locked? No, the window's not locked. Why is it not opening? Maybe we can open the other one. It's not too bad in here, actually. Should be all right. Yes. Grace, yeah, I'll share. I'm happy to share a few that I found as inspiration. Because we reviewed those, we like looked at those on stream, so there's no secret. They exist on the internet for free, so it's not, I'm not gonna gatekeep those. I don't want to share the one that I've got that I'm working on right now because it's definitely not ready yet. But I'm happy to share the inspiration ones. Would you be so kind as to put in chat here, like, command remind, and then, like, share beet cookie inspiration recipes or something of that nature? And then I will remember to do that. I don't want to stop right now and do that because I'm sort of mid everything. But I'm happy to share it. And if you do command remind or command stream dump, I will post them in the recipes channel in Discord and tag you. And I'll probably do that like this evening. If you put it in chat and remind me, I will do that because I have that information. It's not difficult. Okay, we have 20 seconds left. Here, hold on. I got this is what, so there we go. Okay. So Grace, what I just typed in chat, what that does. So functionally, if you do command remind and then type something after it, what happens is it dumps that into a channel in Discord that I look at regularly. Because I don't look everywhere in Discord all the time. I'm sort of like chronically offline. But that channel I look at, and if someone's like asked for something specific during stream, I will toss it in that channel. Okay, so I just took the cookies out of the oven. They look good. The ones that were pressed down look way better. So we are going to press all of them down this time, and that's good. I think that'll be good. Yeah, and Grace, you're not being annoying. That's totally okay. I said that I would do it. I'm happy to do it. I definitely understand the like excitement of a new recipe. I'm happy to share the ones that I looked at for inspiration. I would tell you what they were off the top of my head, but I don't remember the names of the places where they were online. Otherwise, I would happily just tell you what they were. So we're flattening some cookies now. So let's get. There we go. So these are a little softer than the first time. When I flattened them on the first go round, they were still kind of cold. These I left sit out on the counter for a few minutes while the other ones were cooking, and they're just malleable enough that that I can press them without them breaking around the edges. So I'm hoping these turn out pretty well. The other ones I'll show you. I just pulled them out of the oven, but I'm trying to get these in. At the same time, I'm being very aware that my grilled cheese sandwiches are cooking. And it's fine. If they get a little brown on one side, they'll be okay. Okay, so I'm just pressing these so that they're a little flatter. Come on over to the stove here. Let's check these sandwiches out. Are we burnt? Nope. Well, a little. No, these are fine. These are good. Perfect. All right. Come on over here and let's get these into the oven. So here's the cookies pre-bake. Let me actually take a picture of this so I remember what they look like and how flat they were. Now we'll pop those in, and my timer is over here. All right, so timer for 15 minutes. Ready to go. These are looking pretty good. Hold on, wrong one. There we go. These looking pretty good. That's finished. This is good. Nice and melted. All right, I'm gonna turn this off. Once the cookies are out, we're gonna put this tray just back in the oven. We're gonna turn the oven off. And I'm going to set the oven to come back on with like 10 minutes, like 10 minutes before karate ends. 10 minutes before karate ends, and we will just come home to like a finished dinner. I'm also going to give this a scrape and stir. It should be. It's definitely not thawed yet, but I want to kind of scrape the non-thawed pieces off so it gets broken down a little more. So my goal is that by the time I leave for karate at 5 in 1 exact hour from now, I'm going to walk out of the house to go to karate. By the time I leave, this is fully melted, and I can just put this in the oven along with the grilled cheese, and they will just heat up at the same time because this pot is pretty oven safe. It'll be oven safe at 200 degrees, which is what I'm going to set the oven for. Okay, so that's excellent. We're working through. We have dinner mostly prepped. Just have to get this soup thawed out. And then we'll be ready to go. Cookies are in the oven. I did set my timer. We love it. 9 says, when I do recipe testing as a gig, is it for a restaurant or a cookbook? It is usually for a website. So all the testing that I've done so far is for internet stuff. Prior to paid gigs, which I have now, I had done some cookbook testing. I would prefer, I kind of would prefer to do that. Generally speaking, I do not want to test recipes for a restaurant though. And the general reason for not wanting to do restaurant type work is the volume. It's just like, they're cooking for a larger contingent of people than I am ever. And I don't want to have to figure out what to do with the rest of the food. Like a restaurant cookbook where they're like, hey, these are recipes from this restaurant and like you can make them at home. That I would be interested in doing. I am interested in any gig that will pay me though. Like let's just be for real. If you want to pay me to test a recipe, if the price is right, I'm going to do it. Like I'm definitely not saying no. Also I need to check my email. Because I may need to go to the grocery store tonight. Because I I had an email from earlier. Because I was emailing with someone today, and I was like, yeah, I could probably do that on Friday. And then I promptly haven't looked at my email all day. So, yikes. All right, so these are the cookies from the most recent round. They're looking pretty good. I think that these are I think the parchment paper is the way to go, because even though I wanted these to spread a little bit more, they're not as crispy on the bottom as the parchment ones. So like I feel like parchment conducts heat, or it conducts like the heat from the tray and sort of gets better browning. The silicone mat stays pretty hot, and I feel like when you do things on the silicone mat, it spreads better. So I think future versions of this recipe, let's see how these come out. I think the next batch of these that I would like to do, I think I want to commit to doing them on parchment. One, because parchment is generally going to be more available than silicone mat. I think silicone mats are not something that everyone has in their kitchen. And two, I think if I do the parchment plus the pressing, the pressing them down and flattening them, I think that is probably going to yield a better result. That's going to yield more of the result that I want. So I think we're going to go in that direction for the next round of testing, which I would like to do soon, because this is a thing where I know about myself, where especially with baking, I'm not as confident in it, and I'm not as, I don't do a lot of baking for like testing purposes. So here's what I'm going to do. My next step for these, I'm going to consult with my friend Megan, who was in chat earlier, who invited me to text her and ask about these. And I have before. I've requested her advice before. So I'm probably going to send her all of my notes and be like, tell me what you think would here's what I'm doing. Here's the outcome I would like. What lever can I pull on here to sort of shift it in that direction? So next test, I want to do parchment and flatten. And I want to, so these were 35-gram cookies. I baked them for 15 minutes. Okay. Jamie, welcome in. Happy Thursday. We're at a good spot now. I have 7 minutes left on these cookies in the oven. So here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to take a quick break. We're going to do a game of words on stream. We're going to do a game of words on stream. I'm not going to run an ad, though. Okay? Because we only have a little bit of time left on stream, and I don't feel like I need to run an ad. I do want to start triaging the dishes, though, because holy shit, my sink is full. Putting it generously. My sink is very full. So while these cookies continue to bake, we're going to load the dishwasher. We'll load the dishwasher, and we're going to load the dish pan, and we're going to play a game of words on stream during that time. Is that okay? Sound good? All right. When we come back, we're going to check these beet cookies out. So we got about 6 minutes left on the timer.
These look good.
Calvin's wandered into the room. You want to try one?
Yeah.
Go ahead. They're still pretty warm. These ones are not warm. It's all the same dough, different cooking process. Good?
I like them more than the first version.
More than the first version. We're moving on up. That's literally all I need to hear. They're better than the first round. The ones in the oven might be a better version. I think they're gonna be. I'm looking at them right now, and they look like the best version of the cookies yet. So, all right, we are going to play some words on stream. As I said, I don't think I'm going to run an ad because it is annoying, but I am going to. I'm going to do the dishes during that time, or I'm going to at least empty the sink out. So, yes, words on
All
stream.
of the cats are upstairs in my room.
All the cats are in your room. That's cute. If you'd like to play words on stream, we're going to start that here in just a moment. I'm going to load the dishwasher, and we'll come back when these cookies are ready to go. Okay. So here's the camera. Here's the camera for that. And here comes a game of words on stream. I am looking at chat, so if you need me, holler, and we'll be back in here in just a moment. If you want to play words on stream, great, and if you don't want to play words on stream, I'm sorry. Who am I calling? Daisy? What?
No, I'm talking. I was saying something to you that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so I just want to empty the sink because this looks like a complete disaster, and it's not as bad as it seems. Most of this stuff is going to go in the dishwasher. Or we just got to get it there. Just got to get it there. I am very happy that I used up all of my leftover harissa and my leftover chipotle peppers. So those have just been sort of in the fridge lingering for a while, and the usage of them has been very slow. I think that I made that harissa a couple months ago. The chipotles, I mean, they both last forever. It's not like they're, I just leave them in there. They're not going bad. I don't leave the chipotles in a can. I do repackage them so that they're not sort of, sitting in an aluminum can the whole time. But I just use them very slowly. Which is a me problem. But I do like to be able to clear stuff out of it. It's very gratifying to take something out of the fridge and use it, finish using it after it has been in there for months. Nice job, y'all. Did you all get a board? Did you finish that one? If you did finish it, when you finish a board, you can hit Command Board and make sure it counts. No, okay. Sorry. Sometimes if I'm not, I'm not looking at the board itself. I'm looking at chat. I'm looking, I have the chat up on my phone next to the sink here. So I can see it and I can hear the sounds of the game. But when you do really well and you win, it's the same sound. So if I don't catch what happens right at the end, I don't actually know. So I'm not trolling, I really just don't know at the time. Man, the sink is very full today. All right. Do at least one more. The timer is going to be up on those cookies in less than a minute. So once we finish this board, we'll come back here. I just wanted the moment to be able to like triage what's in this sink, because it is. What's going to happen is Gwen will come home and be like, "Holy shit! What did you do? What happened to the sink? It's destroyed." Okay, timer is up for the cookies. Let's take a pause on those for one moment. I'm going to leave those in there for just another minute here, because I think they'll be fine. I think they'll be fine if I do. And if they're not, that's, oh well. That. I got one more thing for the dishwasher, and then that is finished. And all that's left is in the sink. Sorry, two more things for the dishwasher. Now we're done with the dishwasher. All right, last guesses. Get them in if you're guessing. Once we're finished this round, unless we clear the board, we're gonna come back. Almost there though. Mike could do it. Almost. Almost. All right. Dishes are triaged. Let's come on back over here. Good job, y'all. Lots of folks hanging out and words on stream today. That's super cool. All right, let's come on back over here. I'm going to take these cookies out of the oven, and we'll sit those on the counter and take a look at what has happened. How they look. These look like the best version of these cookies so far. So come on over here. If you want to see what they look like straight out of the oven, this is what they look like. Boner means a mistake. I know that. So we're gonna let these cool on the pan for a few moments here. Just like right here on the counter. Going to turn my oven off. Oven is off now. Oven is off now. And let's give this soup another stir while I'm in the middle here. We gotta move shit around. We gotta move some shit around. Okay, this cookie, I got one cookie left here. Grace says, boners are never a mistake. Boners are never a mistake is a thing that someone who's never been a teenage boy will say. I assure you that that is not true. Sometimes they are a mistake, and you're like, no. No. But anyway, I get your point. Drive safe, Grace. Thank you for hanging out today. All right. This soup is coming along. It's quite thawed. We have one big chunk left in here. But this is looking good. I think if I just let this be off the heat, it would probably finish thawing. But we're gonna put it back on a simmer for just a moment here. Another 5 minutes maybe. We do have a singular cookie left. To the freezer. Yeah. It's on parchment paper. It's on a sheet pan. I honestly... I'm going to put it in the oven just like that. I'm going to cook this single cookie in the oven. Let's, wait, I should turn the oven back on then. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. All right, we'll turn the oven back on just for one cookie. Let's start the timer. That won't be bad. Yeah, but that one's on parchment, so I'm sort of like, let's see what happens. Right? Like I said, flattening them and putting them on parchment. Also, like letting them soften a little bit. I don't know. There's also part of this is the technique, but a big part of it is the recipe, right? Like I want, you shouldn't have to, like, if your recipe is something where you have to rest the cookies for a long time and then cook, and then let them come back out to like a little bit soft and then press them, like that's too complicated. That's too complicated. You need to adjust your ingredients so that they spread better on the pan, or like you need to use a hotter oven or something. You need to make an adjustment to your process as opposed to like requiring all of these like super specific things. That's my opinion. Like I think that's too much to ask. In general. Now, have I made cookies before that have taken like 2.5 days that required making several separate ingredients in order to combine them into that cookie? Yes, I have. Is it a lot? Yeah. And were those cookies good? Yes, they were really fucking good. And I would make them again. I made them for Cookie Club for August. I made them in September because we took July off of Cookie Club. So I did like a special double cookie. They were a like toffee cookie. So you had to make the toffee and then make the dough and then like rest the dough for 24 hours. Darlene on YouTube says these cookies look yummy. Hopefully they are. I'm anticipating that they are. Calvin said he liked the one that he ate, and that was from the other batch. So I think that's a good sign. So we've got these. I'm gonna pop one of these in I'm gonna pop 2 of these in the freezer so that they cool off a little quicker, because I'd like them to cool off. When they cool down, they get a little bit firmer. That's the goal. Lemon cookie. We love a lemon cookie. I was thinking, have I done a lemon cookie? I've done one cookie that featured lemon, Jamie. It was a lemon poppy cookie from Sarah Kiefer's 100 Cookies cookbook. Why I remember that, I do not recall. Or I don't know how I remember that specific cookie. I think it was one of the ones that was like a pan banging cookie, which I always think is funny. But they were really good. I remember them being very good. They were crisp and thin. All right, we have our leftover beet ready to go for something or other. Probably other. I'm a little sick of something. Okay. off, on. Let's give this a stir. We still got an ice chunk in here. We do, but just a small one. Yeah, he is. Gwen just came in and said Obi's so cute. Obi is occupying a box on the side of the kitchen here that is a little small for a cat, and he's just kind of like wedged into the thing and is he sits there. Gwen, he's been sitting there during stream. Like, that's his spot. He just likes being in the kitchen, but he doesn't want to be around. He doesn't want to be like next to me. He doesn't want to be within reach. What do you need? Can I get you something?
Are you so upset?
Yeah, I am definitely. Okay. Is he set to go? Like, is his uniform out of the dryer? Okay. I know we're going. I just wanted to know if his uniform is still in the dryer or not. Because when it's in the dryer, he can't reach it. And then an adult has to like intervene to get it for him. I just want to be able to say, get your uniform on without having to manage that request farther. Yeah, it's hot out. Would you like a beet cookie? No? Okay. Okay. I'll see you later then. Okay. Yeah, we're having grilled cheese and tomato soup for dinner, and I've got that handled too. Okay? All right. Well, we have a couple minutes left for the cookie in the oven, but everything else is relatively underway. Kathy, welcome in. I should note, I have not noted this at any point today, but this is the last stream of the month because of camping. Because during the normal next stream, Tuesday, I will be away in the woods. Yeah, Kathy, we switched a few things up. I did specifically. Caretaker says, after reading the ebook version of 108 Asian Cookies, I've made the executive decision it's worth $51 and we'll be picking it up once my Indigo books get more in stock. I love that. I love that. I think it's worth it. I do, but I very rarely purchase a cookbook either. I purchased this one for a couple reasons and like didn't get it from the library for those reasons. But I'm glad that you've arrived at that. I'm glad that you've arrived at that decision. I think it's a good one. And I love being able to mark the thing up. That's my motivating factor. I looked at it. I've looked at it in a bookstore before, and I was like, man, I don't have enough time to look at all these, and there's so many things in here I want to make that so many things in there that I would actually make. That's the key for me. Is you can read a recipe and like, oh, this sounds really exciting. But if every recipe in a cookbook calls for multiple steps or like multiple days, I'm really put off by it. Like I went to, and I won't say the author because it's not relevant to this. But I went to a cookbook. It was an author demo and signing one time, and they were like, giving away the cookbook. You got a cookbook as part of the ticket, and the author signed it, right? Which was super cool. And it was a vegan cookbook, which I love because I don't really cook vegan. So to me, having that type of resource is really nice. However, when I was looking through it, I was really excited. I was like, oh, this is cool. This all sounds really good. And I'm reading the recipes and it's like, okay, this recipe calls for this sauce, which is another recipe in the book. And this version of right, you know, this I don't even know. I'm trying to like you had to there's several recipes in there where you have to make something else in order to make this other recipe. And I was like, okay, like that is super complicated. It's not complicated, but I think the book is not aimed at me. So we can start with that. That particular book is aimed at people who are already vegan and who eat a vegan diet, because a lot of the things in there are like, make this sauce. It makes like 2 cups of sauce. And then you use that sauce in, you know, 2 or 3 of the recipes from the book. You know, make this version of something. Like here's how you make tempeh, and then you use it in other ways. So it's really aimed at somebody who's not just like casually wanting to make a vegan recipe. It's aimed at somebody who's making multiple vegan recipes and is okay like batch making something like that. Specialized ingredients 9, exactly. Thank you for coming through. I appreciate you. Good luck doing the sound check or sound. Darlene on YouTube says, do I eat s'mores, graham crackers, marshmallows, and chocolate? Yes, I do. I, in fact, love those. Those are our like all the time camping snack. I always have s'mores ingredients. Often I don't have other snacks for camping. I just like literally just make s'mores. And Calvin is fine with that. He enjoys s'mores. I also very much enjoy s'mores. So I am big into those. I've made s'more cookies before. I think those were for Cookie Club, I believe, if I recall. I don't recall exactly what they were for, but I think they were for Cookie Club. There's a sound, an unfamiliar sound coming from upstairs. And I'm not sure if it's a positive or negative sound. I think it's neutral. I think Calvin's just like singing along to something, but I can't hear what he's singing to. So it sounds like, I don't know. I don't know what it sounds like. Anyway. Kathy says, we cook a lot of Italian, which requires a specific sauce for the meal. So let's cook the sauce and do the rest of the meal. If I'm making fresh pasta, that's another step. Yeah. And that's the thing is like, if I, you know, I'm not going to necessarily make this sauce out of, you know, and sometimes and it was specifically the sauces in this book. It was like, I was reading one recipe and I was like, this sounds really good. And it was like, it had a cashew sauce on it. And in order to make the cashew sauce, you had to like soak the cashews overnight and then make the sauce, and then you can make the thing. And I was like, dude, we're not doing that. I was like, this is so much work. I'm just not going to make this. And I think I've made 2 things from that cookbook so far, and it's great. It's like a good, you know, if I was cooking vegan regularly, it would be a good resource, but I am not. So I'm not. So that's how that goes. Forget it. Yeah, I did. And I did. The talk that they gave it was at the Philadelphia Free Library, and it was really nice. And I enjoyed it a lot, but then I was like, all right, we're kind of done. I'm not gonna do any of this. Okay. We have about a minute left for that one cookie that's in the oven. And then we're gonna pull it out and to see what it looks like. These ones that are in the freezer should be good to taste. And they're not frozen, they're cold. But This was the these were the ones that I put in there that I wanted to just cool down a little bit because they were very warm. So you can see here they look pretty good. Color is red, muted. They're they're definitely red. Bottoms are good. Now they're cold, but they're firm. Like this is it's not frozen. Okay, that cracked over my knuckle, but I was hitting pretty hard. They're brown inside. The inside of these is almost like pumpkin bread, sort of ginger, not quite gingerbread, pumpernickel maybe color. Let's see how these are. They're good. I mean, the flavor is good. They taste a lot less like Beets than the first ones. Which I'm going to let the rest of them cool down to room temperature. This one's a little cold. And we'll see how they are like at room temperature. I think I'm happy with these. Mrs. H, they're hello. They're a little earthy tasting, yeah, but they're not bad. I added more sugar and less baking powder to this version. So they're a little sweeter. It tempered the beet taste quite a bit. But I'm happy with them. I'm not thrilled. They could be better. I think what I might do, I said that I don't want to add beet powder to these because I really don't, but I might add a little bit of beet powder. Now, the reason I would go for the powder in addition is I don't want to also add more moisture because the cooked beets add a good bit of moisture to this. And I don't want to add more moisture for the sake of beet flavor if I can use powder. So we'll see sort of how it goes. All right. Well, I'm happy on the progress. We've made progress today. These are far better than the first ones. I know what I would like out of it. I think I need a little bit of they need a little bit of tweaking. Okay, that bite had a lot more beet in it. That was different. I don't know. That one had like a pocket somehow. Unclear. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We are gonna take that other beet cookie out of the oven. That's what we're gonna do. Take that out of the oven. Oh yeah, okay. This one is much browner and crispier around the outside. This has don't touch it. It's on a fucking sheet pan. It's hot. I cooked this one on parchment. This was just like the last one. I didn't take this one seriously, but it's looking good. All right. Well, we did a good job today. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with the progress that we've made. We have a where are we gonna raid today? I know what we're gonna raid. We are going to raid the Zachary Mike. Zach is a friend of stream. They are just getting underway. They're doing a review of what does this say? I think it's a Dollar Tree haul. Dollar Tree Thursdays. Hell yes. The Dollar Tree stuff is really funny. And I would encourage you, please, to stick around on Zach's stream and hang out. And if you're not going to stick around, I definitely would like you to follow. I would specifically like you to follow Zach on YouTube, because that's where the money is. Today's the last stream of the month, last stream of March. I'm going to be, we don't usually stream on the weekends, and I am going to be camping, as previously stated. So we're going to be away for a little bit. I do not think I am actually going to stream next week. If I stream next week, it will be on Thursday. It will be an IRL. And I have no idea what it would be. But next week, I think, is it's school spring break. I think I am going to take a little spring break. When I stream next week, what I might do is like an admin type of thing, where I like work on some stuff on stream or whatever. I'm not sure. But if I don't stream next week, for sure, I'll be doing some admin work on stream. So expect that we will have a lurk program next time you see me. Expect that, yeah. Actually, you know what? Don't expect that. But if we do, it would be cool. I don't want to commit. I don't want to overcommit myself. Anyway, I would like to stream next week, but everything's up in the air. Like, we're going camping. Calvin's off school. I don't know what I'm going to be doing on Thursday and Friday this week, so who knows? I do know that it's the last day to get Cookie Club entries in, so if you have any channel points that you want to commit toward Cookie Club entries, now's the time to do it. Otherwise, we'll be seeing ya. We'll be seeing you a little farther down the trail. Let's start this raid. We got the goodbye sounds on. Here comes some raid messages in chat. Here are some social media links for you to check out. I would love it if you would go subscribe on YouTube. Yes, you. Darlene, thank you. Darlene on YouTube, thank you. I know that you're already subscribed. This message is not for you. This message is for everyone else. If you're not already subscribed on YouTube, I would appreciate a subscription there, just because it helps the channel and helps discovery, etc. We had a good week this week. We made Beet cookies. We did a bunch of prep yesterday. It was very, very productive. We finished that prep today. Gonna be camping for a little while, be offline. So I hope you all have a lovely rest of your week, lovely rest of your Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. The calendar is updated otherwise. So the calendar on Twitch, the calendar on Discord, the events there are updated and ready to go. Thanks for hanging out today, y'all. I appreciate y'all. Please enjoy the rest of your week, and we will catch up again soon. Okay. All right.